Okay. Can't exactly see the chat, but I suppose we should get started anyway. Alright. I made sure I could read the chat before starting the stream. Alright, let's get to it. This tier list is going to be a little different from the others. Hates modern tier lists. These letters are going to have to do for here. I do have a tier chart though. I'll make sure I've used that for every character. Okay. So, who is the top character? Obviously, it has to be Jin. He really just does everything. Now, Jin is a very interesting character because he has the regular Shoto tools as an ADP, a tool that gets over projectiles finally. I'm not sure if anyone had noticed, but they buffed Jin's 5S to be able to actually hop over projectiles, so now he can full combo you from full screen if you're just trying to zone him. And then he also has an amazing standing medium that reaches from maybe half screen. It's less punishable than Legato's 5H, and then it also full combos because of 4S. On top of that, he also touches death you, but everyone in this tier can touch with death you very easily. But he's also the only character that can't really be touched with death consistently by any character really. well, only consistent character I've seen so far is maybe Valentina's with full bullets. Because Valentina's with bullets, it doesn't really care about your hitbox. Projectile characters in general can combo him, but no, it's not really that good. The combos on you can get on Jin are going to be really small because of his hitbox, and then a lot of projectiles just go over him, like Shinta's Success and what else is here? Yeah, Shinta's Success. There's some other things he just crouches under. I'm trying to remember here. Anderson's Success. No one cares about Anderson though. Legato 4S. There's a lot of stuff that he can react to better because he's shorter, and this stuff will reach him later. There's a ton of things that would normally be unreactable on the most tall or most Miki level height characters that will just obliterate him. That will just get obliterated by Jin because he will not get hit by it until it's very reactive, until it's like very late into the move, and then he can just block by then. Very easy to react to with them. And when you're comboing him, I have to reiterate, he cannot be comboed. His legs do not have a hitbox when he's getting hit in the air. On top of that, he has a very small stature, so some grounded combos just whiff on him. That's why I suggest everyone should just lab their combos on Jin specifically, because if you are not doing that, then it's more than difficult. It's more than difficult to combo Jin at the moment. But I digress. I guess we have to move to other characters anyway. Of course, we're going to actually show some Vita fighters today. As you can see here, of course, I'm gonna show Vita fighters as we're doing it, so I'm not just talking out my ass or something. But Jin, I don't really need to talk about Jin much. Actually, we should probably get to those projectiles I was talking about. Let's stop here. Let's show it up here. So if I enter in game now, before Jin's 5S used to just get smoked by projectiles even though it was supposed to counter it, which is probably okay since it was already broken back then, even in the earlier patches. But now he just goes over them, and then when he goes over them, and then if you block, this thing is still not punishable. It's not punishable in the slightest. In fact, even if your jab did reach, he's still going to be able to hold back and still block. And then let's say you unfortunately forgot he had meter and he tried to punish or something, and then he just punishes you for that. I suppose we should also talk about his mix since we're already here. So then the character then has stupidly easy cross-up mix, and the first one was first one overhead, then the second one cross-up, then the second one was double same side into cross-up, and then this one is what is this? Same side cross-up. Yeah, this is it. This is hitting everyone. On top of it being a triple overhead, then gotta contend with the fact that he can then also do double same side. He can do double same side into a fake out same side again, and that's just from jumping. From standing, you can go into this. Does that not work on this side anymore? It might not work on this side anymore. That's weird. But again, he can still do the 2H cancel. So he can do 2H 5S cross up. Of course, in the left side, he gets all of his stuff. I don't know why they changed it, but yes, if he just does this, it will cross up, and then if he delays it, it's still same side, And then don't forget he has a Magneto air dash, so he can just do. No, that's not it. He can just dash midair, because of course he can. He can dash midair there. So instead of an overhead, it would just he can just do a low here. And then don't forget this guy just combos off of everything, and the combos are ridiculously easy. Which is why I picked this character when I first started. Just lots of experimenting. Stuff like this is doing half health. And you can't quick stand this anymore. You can't quick stand these stupid combos anymore because of the quick stand nerf. So let's say you try to quick stand here. You get counted. And if you get counter hit by this move in this patch, it does more damage. If you get counter hit by spins in this patch, it does more damage. So the best thing to do is just sit down there and eat it, to be honest. So you want to compare the damage. So let's just see this. Look at the damage, and now let's see on counter hit. Significantly more damage. On top of that, of course, he has actual defense, invincible DP, fastest jab in the game. All of them have been nerfed. The fastest jabs in the game have been nerfed. All of them are like frame 7 now instead of frame 5. But they're still the fastest, so it doesn't really matter. He can still do jab block infinite, but I'm not really going to cover jab block infinite in this thing, to be honest. Not really going to cover the broken stuff like the universal unblockables. Because, I mean, why should I? Most people are not using that in game anyway, when I do play. Okay, I suppose we should get to the next character. And this is where the tier lists and all starts being different from the ones of old. Because of the grabs and the runs, they have significantly changed how things work in this game, really. So we know the top tiers are undoubtedly Jin is top, but the other ones are these characters, right? So the runs now nerfed all the fast characters, and who was the fastest character? Oh, it was Jehuti, right? No one should ever be thinking that Jehuti is top tier anymore after this patch. In fact, he may just be B tier. He's Shinta, but without Shinta. I mean, Shinta stalls the game, but he has to approach. Like, the comparison is that Shinta's 4S invalidates most characters in the game unless they have a way to deal with it, which most characters don't. The way it is with Jehuti is that he invalidates most characters in the game with Jump S, but a lot of characters can deal with that. Like, significantly more characters can deal with Jehuti Jump S, I mean JS, than characters can deal with Shinta 4S. There's way more characters that can deal with him. So that's why he's definitely not here in the slightest. Now, this character is better than Legato for sure. That's what you'd think if you remember that Redulia doesn't really touch a death like that. Of course, there are setups. Of course, it can be done, but Legato outclasses Redulia in this scenario. I mean, they both have the same neutral, so Redulia with 2H, Legato with 5H, but the difference is that he has safe cancels and she doesn't, and hers is punishable on block by jabs. So if a character has a jab that's fast enough, then you're fucked. If a character presses a heavy against her, that she's also fucked. So I guess we should talk about it visually. So let's get character with a decent jumper. I mean, a decent standing happy, right? Alright. So, you see this shit. As it moves her forward, it doesn't have an accurate hitbox, but it's accurate enough. The problem is that should jab punishable. Last I tested. Okay, it's not actually. That's weird. Why is Viki's jab punishable but hers is not? That's funny. Okay, so hers is not jab punishable, which means it's just the same as Legato's, to be honest. Though, if she does cancel off of this, she's not plus here. Because you see, that didn't hit twice, and it didn't cross up. If you gotta remember that, but Julia actually has counterplay to her strings, unlike Legato. So the counterplay is this. So if she does this and doesn't cross you up, this is minus. So she can't press there, or she gets hit. Like I'm matching both characters right there. Of course, if she outranges you, then it doesn't really matter, right? Of course, you can just backdash. But you see there, she can't press. If she crosses you up, that's not it. Okay. If she crosses you up, and it's 2 hits, and you see the 2 hits on your block, that means she's plus. Of course, the spacing is pretty tight. So if she does this 2H from max range and then does this, most likely she's gonna end up here if she's closer. And let's say the second hit just doesn't come out, like that's if she's closer. The problem with her mostly is that you can set up a way to always like from max range, you just always have her in front, so she would never. Like, in real games, there's almost no way she's ever going to be plus from this unless she does it like point blank. Like this. That's plus, but then she doesn't really get anything off of that one at least. If she's here though, around here, then she's like right next to you, and then she can do, she has mix-ups. Her mix-ups are alright. Of course, I mean, she doesn't get much out of it, though. I mean, this overhead is kind of hard to block because it's the cross-up. It's kind of hard to block it. Like, she can also do 7 in the cross-up. Okay, that's it. Pretty sure she can do something like that. Maybe if it's point blank. And again, if it's point blank, I don't think she would cross up normally. The mixture hasn't been really explored. Just know she can definitely do some nasty mix off of it. She can do some ambiguous cross-ups if she lands this move. And the move is pretty alright. It hops lows. It's decently fast. It's okay. Apart from that, she also like loves to fuck with fireball characters like that with the Red Julia curse. So most times if she trades, she doesn't even need to trade with it. She can just go through it really, and then the character's next fireball is just gone. Though it's inconsistent a little. Just know as long as you just cross through it, the next fireball is gone for a while. And then you get combo too, which is pretty funny. If you land this thing from full screen. Of course, you actually have to lab it, because I have not touched this character in years, and they changed the hit stun on their 5S a while ago. Of course, you can, yeah. There's some stuff you can do with this character, and there's a lot more that actual Julia players would do, because, I mean, of course it's going to be with the players. Look at her normals. So she has a jump heavy that can't be anti-aired by most characters unless you have a DP, and sometimes it just reaches so low that it will hit you before the DP even starts. Remember that Viki's DP is like the fastest one in the game, and I still am kind of hitting here, which is pretty funny. It's not really funny at all, actually. Kind of sad. But yeah, character's okay. Character's alright. But Legato is significantly better because he just has the same thing, but he has the same thing, but he also has a lot more. Is the problem. So, like Jin, he can also just jump or projectiles really, really easily. Really easily. I guess with Julia would be I guess he would be like here, somewhere around there. Alright, where are they? So, Legato is very dumb for lots of reasons. But he has weaknesses, at least. So his stand jab is just terrible, garbage. And doing crouch dab from neutral is slower than just doing crouch dab from normal. So, since you can't buffer crouching, he does get like a maybe 2 frames slower crouch jab from doing it like this. Especially if he just blocks something. Especially if he just blocks something standing and then he's trying to punish it. Sometimes it will just not work because you try to buffer it and it doesn't work like that. So you have to wait an extra 2 frames maybe. The character's still fucking broken though, so don't worry. Look at beating that DP, crazy. Anyway, so the character is really good because of course he doesn't care about your projectiles, of course. In fact, he doesn't care about your projectiles so much that from almost full screen he will just touch of death you for it. The character is very notorious for being able to just kill you off with one touch, which of course everyone hates, but everyone loves doing for some reason. Just doing the same thing over and over again or whatever. The super got buffed. No one really cares though. I mean, you see he's actually doing damage here, so at least he has some style at the end of something. I don't see my comment. You can hear me? Alright, that's cool. Okay, where are they? So, Legato. What? Oh yeah, Hoshi, if you don't mind, I'd like you to send a link to the server because I know that Psychopanthem would have released a terrible tier list by now. He probably needs to change his mind. But anyway, the reason why the characters are still worse. He's worse than last time. Worse than last patch. The reason why the characters are definitely worse than last patch is for a few reasons. So, a big thing about these characters is that they have easy cross-up mix. People never notice, but this is not okay. This being a cross-up right here is not really okay, but now a lot of characters can just do this. Because if no one has noticed, everyone can now just since run jumps are also just like normal jump cancels, in which you can just change your direction. So one jumps are just now cross-ups, because of course they are. And a lot of characters that are not top tiers are just significantly better with them. Of course, Legato is just legating, so who really cares? But Yeah, a lot of characters, especially the ones with Eris super like Sheng Long, got significantly better with this. And one of the other main reasons why Legato was top tier in the first place, even though Jin was right there, is because everyone was thinking Legato has Mix in the corner, while he also has a lot of stuff that Jin doesn't have, like a fast DP. Even though fast DPs don't really matter when your DP is really invincible. This Mix that he had, whatever, dash into this, that's a cross up. That's cool and all, but it's also only in the corner, and it only really mattered when no one had Mix in the first place. But not everyone has grabs. And sure, his grab does one of the highest ones in the game. I think it's the 5th highest damaging grab in the game, perhaps. Definitely higher than most characters. I mean, look at that damage. And look at Miki's damage. Definitely higher than most characters. I don't know why they gave this guy buffs in this at all. But he doesn't get anything off of it. Unlike most characters, actually. Of course, if someone just does this and try to chase after them and you just roll, your air dash is not reaching. So, your air dash is definitely not reaching. So, this thing is only really neat in the corner because unlike other grabs, well, a lot of grabs, actually, I thought this thing left to you point blank. It doesn't leave you point blank. It's 2+ though, at least. I'm not really plus enough to do much though. My quick stands are worse. Who knows how much? I mean, you're plus enough to move before they even stand up, and that means you're at least plus 18. So, I mean, let's not downplay it. It's okay. It's alright. Was there anything more to talk about Legato? No, Legato is very boring and very simple, so I don't think there was anything else. So, Mega Kid, that's what you should talk about. Mega Kid goes like right here. I think Mega Kid is as good as Julia, but like, I think Mega Kid's as good as Julia, but less versatile, way less versatile actually. I mean, amazing DP, but that's about it for versatility. I mean, she does damage, I suppose. So let's talk about him. So Mega Kid, I think he has the most range in the game, like most distorted range in the game, because all of his buttons are distorted for some reason. So against characters like Lazarus, you just auto lose, really. That doesn't really matter. You just auto lose. In fact, this is the matchup, really. Especially when you can just WJF, it's to get half screen range. I mean, yeah, is it WJF? Yeah, WJF. Against WJF, it's to get half screen range, of course. It is harder, I suppose. And if you just always cancel it into heavy, to be honest, because there's no problem with heavy, apart from the fact that this move is terrible. It's just terrible, really. Because I'm pretty sure even Lazarus can punish this on block. Okay, it's gonna be hard to do though since I'm using 2 buttons at once. Again, I don't need to control when I get it done. The fact that you even get pressured here at all is kind of funny. So let's just see. Try to do it here. Yeah, Lazarus can punish that with crouching handy, but I'm not even going to talk much about it. Mega Kid didn't get much this update. I thought this grab would do way more damage, but no, not really. It doesn't even give much meter, it doesn't do damage, it doesn't have much range. More than others, I suppose. At least it's not Lazarus level damage. That sounds pitiful. But the character doesn't have much. The character doesn't have anti-projectile tools. This is okay, I suppose, but if people just learn to stand up after blocking it, then they can always punish. So, okay. DP is amazing though, even though it's a bit slow. Of course, it gives stupidly good combos. Is there anything else? I don't think this character can TOD by now. I'm not sure. Because he doesn't have the crouching heavy loops. Especially when his jump page is just lifting it up like that. But I don't know. Maybe he does. He probably does. I don't think anyone tested him though. His mix-ups don't do damage. Like this jump S mix. I mean, it does damage I suppose, but then it doesn't give you anything. And if it's blocked, you die. His other mix, this is better. Way better dispatch. But it's still not really much. You can't punish it, pretty sure. You can't punish it with most characters at least. But on a hit, it really doesn't do anything for you. In fact, I'm pretty sure it could be negative on quick stand. No, it's not. Actually, probably not negative. Yeah, there's really nothing else this character has. This used to be really good, but now it's okay. It's definitely not anti-air because it's too slow for that. Full screen tool, can't really beat projectiles, can with punish though. But it's not really much to talk about this character. He's just not very versatile. Alright, and Sheng Long. Sheng Long's probably better than Sheng Long is better than Mega Kid, hilariously. Though I suppose Mega Kid has the range, but Sheng Long has the tools. That's how it would work. So I'll base my final decision off of what I talk about here. Let's see. So Sheng Long has everything. He has a decently damaging grab, as in the grab does more damage than Miki, and Miki's basically the baseline. Actually, he does a bit less, my bad. He does a bit less, but it's still tolerable enough for him to be on the same tier of damage with him. But then the character is also very dumb because his air movement is just hilarious. You are not anti-airing this. No character is anti-airing this. It doesn't even matter. Yeah, your DP just doesn't even start. At best, you're gonna jab. But then what if he just jumps? He can even counter hit your jab. That's hilarious. You might say even have more priority over your jab. But who knows? You're gonna have to anti-air him with jabs. And then, let's say you do a projectile. This can punish most characters. Miki is not most characters. Miki actually has a good fireball. But if you're zoning, good luck. And then don't forget he also has this one. So he just jumps full screen to do some tomfoolery. Of course, you can space this so you're not actually gonna be dead. And then let's say, and then you can also just stop in the middle so you can just dodge any anti-air attempts and punish you for that. He's also one of the few characters in the top tier that just forgets about DPs, because no character wants to be hit by this when they're trying to DP someone, or just forget even this. So you are not answering him, period, because you can also do this from an air dash if I recall. Yeah, you can do it from an air dash. So let's say your jab gets hit by this one, you are dead. Now, for his, when he actually does make you block, there's actually not much he does actually. So a lot of his stuff are not plus. So this is like basic blockchain, and look at how far it leads you. Now, if he tries to enter 4S, you can get jabbed out before you even do anything. If you trade, just do it in a favor. So Yeah. And so most times they can hit you before that happens. So there's no mixing really, unless you convince them to stop getting hit by this fireball because they're smashing. Then there's actual mix, and then when the actual mix happens, in the corner that doesn't work. I have to do it again. The mix is very reactable because mid screen there's no crossing up. You'd have to actually be like point blank, and you can't actually do that if they just hold back. So that's also a problem. Of course, there's this. Let's say they're crouching. So let's say they're crouching and they start crouching and then. Whoops. Yeah, and then you do the overhead or whatever, and then you do stuff or whatever. You can combo with that fireball, by the way. The pressure is not really broken. Of course, most characters in the top tier don't even have broken block strings that much, really. Apart from maybe Jen. So no one really should be saying this character is good because of the mix. The mix isn't really all that unless you're in the corner and you don't smash because you're afraid of getting this happen to you. Whoops. That's wrong too. Pretty sure there's something there. That doesn't hit? That's crazy. Of course, can you do something here? I have to block. You can't actually do something there. That's very strange. That makes this makes this discussion a lot worse. Okay. Of course, if he has meter, you can do something there. But then that's kind of actually bad. I thought you could always just do this. What else is there? Not really. Of course, the fireball is plus at range, if I recall. Yeah, very plus at range. So you can still, when you do this, and they do block, pretty sure this is plus, right? Yeah, it is plus. So if they do mash the button here, I mean, they will get hit. So you can go for, if they start blocking, you can actually go for this. And it's very reminiscent of eating pressure. So you can do overhead and you can still cancel that, and I'm pretty sure they can't do anything about that because you're out of range for them to jab you. Of course, they can probably just jump, but you can also just DP. Is there anything else? No, not really. The reason why this character is really top tier, apart from just this and this, just very easy touch with that. Apart from that, it's really just his fireball game, because he can just cancel his fireball into DP on whiff. Means he can anti-air literally everybody that tries to jump over his fireball. I mean, good luck. And then if you get DP'd, you die. You die. Yeah, I might have to just reiterate that. So Sheng Long will really just be played like a zoner, because this air control, I mean this air stuff looks pretty cool and all, but it's very hard to control really. And it's not really that good when you just put yourself here and then they block and then what happens next. And then let's say they just jump. Let's say they just jump after you or something, and then you just get hit or something. Why do that? Why go through all that hassle when you can just fireball? Do they jump? DP. If they don't jump, you just don't do anything really. Do they get hit? Cool. Did they block? You can go for a cross up because it's been 2+. But you can't do anything about this one, because if they try to press a button, they will get hit there. Fireball's 2+ from that range. And his zone is really good because of jump pass, because this exists. Fireball, jump S. Pretty sure you can do That's not right. I don't know. You can probably theorize and do something. There's a lot. He has the. I'm pretty sure most fireballs in the game. Perhaps. All of them are good. There's not much to say. For sure. All of them are very easy with punishers. The best thing about his air one is that you can't burst this until it's too late. In which case, it doesn't matter because you'll still get burst rated anyway. So this damage is just guaranteed. If you're getting hit on it anyway. Of course, if you do get actually hit, it puts the knockdown super curse on them, so your combos are just garbage from here on out until using a super, if I recall. Maybe another air super. I don't remember how this bug works. I have no idea how this bug works. Is it until you hit someone? No. Until you get grabbed. This bug is pretty unexplored. There we go. Let's try the bug again. Maybe you can just do a normal grab and it'll come out of it. No, that doesn't happen either. I wonder why this happens. Because it's not really that good. It's not good at all. All of your hits will then launch on for a while. Of course, it goes back to normal sometimes in this short amount of time. Don't think about it too much. Just guaranteed damage. And if you hit him, most times the bug will not happen. So if you hit them after the super, just combo them after the super, most times the bug will just leave you anyway. Now, let's talk about the command grab actually. The command grab is super buffed this patch because now you can't jump after the super flash. So if you see that flash and you have not jumped, you're dead. In fact, if you have jumped and you're prime, you're still dead, I'm pretty sure. But you have to be midair to make sure you don't get hit by this. If you're still on the floor, then it's kind of bad. Unless you're most characters in your jump animation. If I recall, you have to be on your last frame of your jump animation. That's the last frame you can be before to not get grabbed. TLDR, make sure you jump before this. The worst part is that because this is so fast now, that means that people, well, me, had to actually go and lab actual demon setups, which do exist in this game, unsurprisingly. So, of course, there's no dash demon because the inputs are very different. What is this? After the live, can you keep this video saved? Back it down. Yeah, sure, why not? The only reason I didn't post the other ones because they're pretty unprofessional and had my face in it. Don't know why I had my face on this channel in the first place. Very big lapse of judgment. Alright, so of course there's actual setups like this. That's the walk demon, works on block. It's on, of course, on hits. If they did hold jump after that crouch light, they would get out. So let's set it up here. That's not it. So here, so when I release this, I'll just be pressing up, right? Okay. So I'll block it. Oops. So I'm holding up. Okay, I didn't walk forward. The problem with this setup too is that you can't do it too fast. You have to make sure you actually walk up fast. Walk up close to them, so that they can't jump after. But the walking up also is reactable, so you have to make sure you do it fast enough. Of course, you can do it mid screen, but if you fuck up, of course, they're not going to work out for you. Whoops. Of course, there's more setups. Of course, this is jumpable for sure. I'll do slowly. The problem, well, not the problem. The funny thing about his demon is that you can do the demon inputs in the middle of everything and just mash the last inputs and it will still come out. So I'm just mashing this heavies right here. Let's do jump S. I'm just mashing it. Just mashing the last input after doing the full input. That's all you have to do is to get okay, maybe close to frame perfect demon. I mean, if you mash fast enough, then you'll hit the right frame eventually. But there we go, like that. And you can't jump before that. I mean, you can't jump when that demon flash starts. You have to make sure you're very precise with it though. Because if you don't, that's 4 bars. Of course, if you do hit them, you get very easy mix-ups. Like 4S, for example. That actually becomes a thing here. Let me check something. Does this take you back out of the corner? Okay, no, it doesn't. Which is very good. But yeah, Demon is actually decent this patch. I mean, it's better than this one. Well, that's not the one I was talking about. It's better than this one at least. And it will be more used than the air one. The air one really doesn't have much use actually. Apart from, you know, baiting DPs or something. What else is there? Oh yeah. When I'm talking about mix, this overhead is actually pretty fast at picture. Like maybe 18 frames. And you don't really know it hits you until it hits you, really. I mean, it doesn't even like stop at your head or anything, which is the funniest part. That's just a funny thing. It's not really, I don't think it affects anything really gameplay wise. But when it does hit you, it's very surprising. Of course, when it does hit full combo, or a mix up, who cares? There's another demon setups you can do from here. Oops, I need to do it on this side to be honest. There we go. So what's happened there? The jab, you demon as soon as the jab recovers, and of course the jab will look like it's about to hit them. Of course you can delay the jab just to hit them, in case they're trying to jump. But yeah, Sheng Long, it's very, very decent. He has a frame 18 DP, which is not too fast, not too slow, just like Jin's DP. The problem is that he's also it's a short range. But it will most likely beat out shit anyway. And if it doesn't, most times you trade. So as long as it comes out, you're probably good. That was a very early one. And of course, if it does hit, they're dead. So one thing is that on whiff, you have to. This is a note for people that are trying to fight Sheng Long. Don't let him land, please, because he can cancel this. He can cancel the DP into a backdash, just straight up for some reason. And it can cancel into a forward dash. You can cancel into a jab. The jab cancels not as fast. Sometimes when he does this and dashes, he's just invincible for the full dash. Sometimes. Yeah, I can trigger here. Maybe that's a whiff. The problem with doing the DP though is that the 4S input is the 4S input is like just pressing back and then trying to do this is kind of hard. Just the full live, yeah, whatever. Just pressing back and then trying to do like 4S it's very hard because most times you just get 4S like that, and there's no shortcut. You have to make sure you just wait it out, which is kind of bad because when you want to block something and then DP them. Wait, this guy still has P patch reversal. What the hell? Okay, yeah, that's funny. That's funny. So this is a new one. He still has P patch reversal, which means do not block, do not try to retaliate against this character in the corner, because you can't do shit. You get comboed, like most characters, like all characters actually. I mean, you can just test here. As you can see, it doesn't launch high enough. But for some reason, like, this guy doesn't care actually. He does not care. At least it still costs meter. I think you still not cost meter. Anyway, I think that's all about Sheng Long. Is there anything else? No, not really. Alright. But it took an hour to just do the top tiers. That's hilarious. Sheng Long is definitely the most versatile of these ones. I still think that it's probably lower than Mega Kid, but yeah, it's probably lower than them, to be honest, significantly. You can put him like here. Alright. There's no one else in top tier. That's, these 5 characters, that's it. Jehuti is not top tier. In fact, it's probably just B tier. But we'll get back to that later. Just keep it S. I mean, if you saw my last tier list, you already know. Now, so that's with A. Should we start with A or should we just look at the characters one by one from left to right? I wonder. Okay, let's just start with A. We're not going to order it until I've talked about everyone in A. So Shinta. Shinta is not top tier. Do not let anyone tell you this. It's propaganda to get 4S nerfed. Which of course they can nerf it. I don't really care. I don't really use 4S as a stalling tool. But yeah, it's kind of bad when you're facing this character and you you can't really deal with this, with him just standing here. Of course, characters like Lawrence can do it, I think, like this. So, I mean, if he hits Shinta, I'm pretty sure he can do it. That's not it. What the fuck was that? What was that? That's not what I was trying to do. I was trying to hit him. There we go. You can actually just bypass it completely. Some characters can do that. You just hit him with something and do a jump attack. But, no. Of course, the character did really love this new jump cancel from the one, because then he gets full free combos and knockdown at least, because before he didn't really have cross ups like that at all. Kind of hard to do though. Well, let's move to a character that can't actually do anything, which is most characters. So I guess we should actually talk about why he's good. So let's say Vikamaru. I don't think we can do anything about it. TP maybe? That's if you see him anyway. So, even against projectile characters, it's pretty known that most projectiles do not deal with this at all. The top tiers deal with it. I'm pretty sure Julia even goes through it. And Legato can just 5S, so even if you hit him, he's 2+ here, and maybe he can even get a combo. That's unless it's a counter hit, in which case he can't get a combo, he just gets pressure. So the problem, big problem is that you can't even outweight this thing. Though you can actually. Theoretically you could. Because the timer in Vita Fighters is so slow, you could just outlast this thing and just wait, and it will be like a 20 second. You're waiting for 20 seconds in real time, but it will be 10 seconds in game. So it's not really much. And you just be stalling here and waiting. And no one likes that, so try to rush in. So, I mean, if James Chen played this game, he'd love this character. He just, anytime he sees you pick Miki, he would just pick this character, and it would be this for the next minute. In fact, you should probably time it. I should probably time it later. I'll time it on my phone. Hello, Emily. I'm streaming the tier list.
I'm gonna say some diabolical things.
Really? About who? Shinta?
My favorite.
You know this thing?
Where did you put my favorite character?
Millions? I've not even started with him yet.
Oh, you know what to do.
In low tier? My bad. Yeah, sure.
I dare you.
What?
Try that.
If I put him in low tier, he'll get buffed. Don't you understand that? The meta, man. Yes. Alright. Man, this thing is still here. That's crazy. Okay, I'll make sure to time this thing on my phone and see what the timer looks like. Oh, there it is. It's gone. Finally. Oh. Wait, what? And then when it's gone, it's gone. Wait, what? Okay, there you go. I was about to say, because I couldn't do 4S for some reason after it despawned. I thought it would just stop working. You just stop being able to use 4S. Cause that'd be fucking hilarious. But yes, if you cannot deal with that, you're gonna wait a long time, and then you have to make sure you know exactly when it happens so that you can actually punish him when he tries it again. Which basically invalidates most of the characters. He will just time you out. And then, of course, the character actually has good stuff other than that. So, I mean, he has good neutral, especially because of his projectiles. If you get hit by this, for like, let's say doing a fireball or something, oops, straight fireball, you're dead. If you get hit by this one, you're not as dead, but I mean, he can get a combo for that potentially, if I recall. No, not really, I think. Combo is not really that good from here. Don't quickstand this stuff. If you quickstand it, I think you just get the combo for free. Because you will get counter hit on that quickstand. Apart from that though, I don't think he gets anything. If you just slide down here on the floor. Oh, he does. My bad. So you will get comboed. You will die if you get hit by this stuff. Somewhat. Of course, he'd actually have to use the other super after, so he can actually do damage. His neutral is alright. This button's good. Especially if you just run into it. You get a really easy combos. Of course, he can just always buffer, so it doesn't really matter. Just hit it. Boom. It's not safe on block though. So if you do block it, if you do block this then, you can just always punish him. Yeah. Pressure with this one too. Well, no, actually, probably. Guess you can't punish him. Not that, I guess the jab nerf really shows itself here. Not that the fastest jabs are not that fast anymore. I guess that happens now. Now let's see, what else is there? The character has cross-up mix. He has double overhead mix, of course. With that, cross-up mix. I'm pretty sure this exists. It does not, apparently. Okay, it doesn't. But in terms of mix, if he has meter, he does actually get good mix because when he does fireball, what was that? I didn't block. Apparently. when he gets a fireball and then he just grabs you in the middle, he can do some very disgusting things, which I cannot replicate because I'm pressing 2 controllers at once. But the gist of it is that if he grabs you during the fireball, he gets the combos. That is literally just it. Of course, you don't really need mix that much anymore because you just get this situation. And since the timer is so long, the damage of this doesn't really matter much, because if you do get hit, you die. If you keep on taking throws, you die eventually. And if, let's say, you jump to throw, you don't get punished at all. So, in fact, if he catches you lacking and not blocking, then you just get hit by this or something. Who knows? The top tiers can also just anti you. The problem with Shinta mostly is that his anti is stupidly slow, so you're just gonna beat him every time. Unless he just predicts you jump or something, in which case he gets an easy combo. Of course, I'm not showing high damage now because I am not interested in such nothing on a stream. The stream is already going long enough for just being... Wait. I was not even showing the gameplay. That's lovely. Right. This is one of the huge problems that I have with streaming live streams. Probably why I'll have to edit the stream to make sure that stuff like that is just cropped out. So where was I? If you can't deal with this, it's gone. The matchup is really just in his favor for a long time until it despawns. And when it despawns, that's your brief window in order to beat it. Of course, you could just do this and then you're minus in his face. Of course, not in his face, but you could anti-air you. Of course, his anti-air is very slow, so you might just not do it. Let's see this something. I want to see who's plus here. Yeah, Shinta's 2 plus here. So you'd be plus in his face, but you'd be minus in his face, but at least like if you counter hit him and still fall into the ice, you'd be minus in his face, but at least you'd still be able to do something. Of course, I think Miki can actually do something like this, and then just block, or something like this. That's it. Nope. And then this block, and then Shinta's very nice. Something. You can always think of a way, but this thing is still undoubtedly really good. The problem with the character, and why he's not top tier, is this. It's crouching heavy, it's slow, and that's good, because that means his anti-air is terrible. I don't know what that was about. Oh, I was right behind Miki, so there we go. Wait, what? There we go. Hitbox is actually being active. One good thing about it though is that he crouches so low, so it could just pass his head. That's if you improperly time it. The thing is still slow, so this is the major reason why he's not top tier. He does have amazing projectiles though, so that is why he has amazing projectiles. He has things to get out of pressure. It's not really that good. He's very versatile. Probably almost as versatile as him, especially with his setups to his fireball. Probably as versatile as him. Still definitely not top tier though. Who's the other high tiers? Oh yeah, millions. So millions, I never thought I'd be putting bugs here, but I suppose we should start with them. So millions is definitely top tier this patch. He will definitely suffer next patch. fact, since it's guaranteed that these unblockable routes he's getting are gonna be nerfed, you should just put him. You should just put him back down because he's only gonna be good for like a month before the next patch comes. And when the next patch comes, that means characters like Kath are gonna go down too. So I'm just going to put Kath in. Gonna act like as if the grabs are balanced. That's really the majority of this tier list. I'm gonna act like the grabs are balanced, as in you can't combo into the grabs. Still look at top tiers. I mean the high tiers though. So none of this screams high tier except for maybe Akira. Akira is definitely not side to side with Shinta. Maybe the lower half. Maybe the lower half of this tier. But Akira is definitely better now. I mean, he was mid tier last patch, but now he should be better with the fact he has actual neutral. So the terrible problem with him, very big problem, was this being punishable on block, but now it is just stupidly safe. Of course, it's still minus on block. Yeah, still minus, so you still get counter hit, but that means he can still press the button and not get counter hit, so that's good. Yeah, that's really good. And the button is really big, so he actually gets neutral, and then, of course, if he does hit this, that's really good for him too. Okay. The other things that are good about him, of course, teleports are alright. They're not good. They're not like amazing. They're not Rayhawk amazing. But they're not broken at least. Right. That wasn't even a cross up. I just held back. So he doesn't even have the cross up mix at full screen at all anymore. Unless you're walking back, I guess. Or you're mid screen. No, it's really not that good actually. I don't think so. That is not even mixed anymore. But one amazing thing about it was that that plus. I don't think that is. Okay, he's plus. One good thing about him is that is this mix. So let's say it goes here. Can I cancel him to 5S on? I can't cancel him to 5S on block. That's funny. So I think you can do it from this. Nope, you cannot do it from that to either. On your hit. Funny. But if he's ever here and he does this, he gets a really funny mix because of his new grab. His new grab is actually pretty nice. So if he ever just gets over here and he just gets a free combo. Love Jehuti's hitbox. But yeah, if he ever gets behind you, like something like this or something, full combo. This is the major reason why he's up here in the first place, because his grab is actually useful. It's not useful as hides, but it's still useful, I suppose. He gets good Oki off it, even from full screen if I recall. Let's see. Yeah, you can't even jump the you can't jump the projectile right after doing it. Well, you actually can, I suppose. Let's see. Yeah, you can't jump it. So since you can't jump that, he can always just do this and then do this and teleports after, and he has Oki. Because if you quick stand early, you will get hits on your way up from a jump. If you block it, he will be plus in your face because of the teleport. So it's good Oki. He's alright. He's alright this patch. Very decent. He has good air projectiles. He's a zoner. If everyone forgot that zoners exist and are good in this game, so someone can get very pissed off at this character. Character just chipping them. Not really doing much damage though, but he is chipping. And then when he gets meter, this is the best tool you could ever ask for. Best setup tool you could ever ask for. And I'm pretty sure it gives you free combos. Of course, you can't really do a point blank, so I'm not sure how you're ever gonna set up for this to get a combo. You'd have to be like around here because of the recovery. There you go. If you can convince someone to just sit down there on the floor, I suppose the rewards are your oyster. Of course, if they do jump, you can actually just anti them yourself. Legato, let's jump pieces with. Character's alright. Not much to say. He's Icer, sure. Eden is also high tier dispatch, of course, like every other patch. Mostly because in this patch he had not really changed at all actually. He just got mix with the DP. I mean with the grab. Of course the grab is not amazing, but it still mix. Especially for a character with so many plus frames. So, still pretty good. He already had mixed last patch if he had meter. And the good thing is that his grab actually is one of the grabs that actually build a bit of meter. What's that, half a bar? Maybe close to half a bar. Let's see how much of those. Yeah, I built like maybe how much? A fourth of a bar. Not really that bad. Not that bad at all actually. So if he gets maybe 4 grabs, he just gets mixed. Of course that doesn't really matter because he's not really like only going to be doing grabs. Of course he has actually block strings to do, and then if he hits you can do block strings, I suppose. Of course, he already had a mix mid-screen, technically with this because it's the cross-up, but it was not really that good because if you got blocks, then you're dead. But it's good that he has the grab now. And the grab is good, okay, because his stuff just always reaches, so he doesn't even need to walk forward to then combo you. And then, of course, the biggest reason why this character is good is because this projectile is hilariously broken. Look at this pushback, look at the block stun, and then don't forget that if you do jump over him, if you do jump over him, you just get comboed. Sometimes, a lot of the time too, though. Sometimes it's just like that, but others you'll just like if you end up on top of him, if you're sure, like that, then you can definitely just combo off of it, like that. And you will end up like that a lot because the DP, while slow, well, it's not actually slow, it's frame 11, so it's actually pretty fast for a DP in this game. Is frame 11, and then you can also do it instantly from crouching, if I recall. Yeah, I can do it instantly from crouching, like most characters. But the best thing about it is that frame 1 of the DP is crouching, so if you do it instantly from crouching, you won't even have your head up for long at all. I don't think you'll have your head up at all actually, like that. Your head up wasn't even up for more than maybe a frame. If you do perfect, of course, the head will not be there at all. So you will just always be in the low profile while the heavy is coming down to hit you, and then you just by the time the heavy has reached you, it's too late because if DP is then involved. In the corner, of course, he gets a combo for free. And then mid-screen, it's 50-50. Who knows? Maybe we can just always EX. Oops. Okay, yeah, you can't go EX there at all. But yeah, this character's okay. Fireball is good. Air Fireball is good. Not as good as before, but it was broken before, so I suppose. I wonder if his block string are actually plus here when he does this. I wonder how plus that is. Probably not that plus because, I mean, it doesn't really matter how plus it is. Mostly because the jabs are slow. I mean, they're fast enough, but it's still slow. Did I just do that again? Yeah, I just did. Huh. Alright, now we gotta rehash on everything yet again. This should not happen for the rest of the stream. I'm just going to make sure that it doesn't happen again. Alright. Fortunately for Eden, we're gonna have to go by this very quickly. So, Eden, projectile is very good. Very good. Because of the massive pushback, if you ever just block this thing, you're back at full screen when you started. One blocks are actually just terrible. So do not even attempt to try to do this against this character. The projectiles are not slow. And even if they were, I'm pretty sure this thing will get caught anyway. Yeah, no, do not do this. This tactic from other anime games doesn't work here. It's too slow. One good thing though is that he's a plus on block character, and then he got good grabs, well, decently, because the grab builds a fourth of meter, like a fourth of a bar meter. Is that fourth? It builds a quarter of a bar meter. There you go. A quarter bar meter, which is good because then he has actual mix when he has meter, if I recall. I messed it up again. Okay, let's see. That one should work. Oh, it's been a while since I've done it. Yeah, I'll probably find the mix later again, because I'm pretty sure I tested it last, as soon as the patch came out, just to make sure it was still there. It's probably still there, I'm just doing it wrong. But he does have mix with meter, of course you can still do the X. I'm pretty sure you can also just do this. So there's no need for the meter anyway in the corner, you can always just do this anyway. You can do the instant cross up overhead, or you can just feint until low. And the character always touches that you at full screen, so yeah, you can just, the character really just does whatever you want him to do. Very good zoner, especially because his DP, especially show that. His DP then gives him free combos on anti-air connect, which is very good because his DP is then also frame 11 invincible and also hits on frame 11. Okay, this is weird. There you go. So yes, DP is very good. If you don't get combo, you still get lots of pressure because he's very, very plus on that. I guess just talk about the next characters. And the character, unfortunately though, he's not really that versatile because only real variety he has is 4S for like maybe anti-zoning. But he definitely has weakness. Especially here. Right, this is not even for variety, this is all purpose. Do they have weaknesses? No, no. Kind of. More so. This character does not have weakness, to be honest. There we go. That looks better. Jin doesn't have weakness. Miki doesn't. So he definitely have weakness. That's why just around. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's all purpose actually. All of his stuff are good. Because next, let's get this done quickly. Right, Rayhawk. Rayhawk is actually good dispatch. The problem with him is that he didn't have mix-ups, but now that he has grab, he has definitely moved up the tier list. Because the grab is then mix, then it also does some of the highest damage in the game, and then it also builds him a barometer. Which means then he gets meter from 2 grabs, he gets dash cancel meter, and then he can just do instant cross up overheads. Which then bring out his combos. Of course, the character can always just touch a deathy from mid screen anyway, so that's especially good then. Of course, if he wants to mess with you after jump M3, you can just end with this, and if you start blocking it, I'm pretty sure you can just combo after it. Like this. There's something there trying to do it. There we go. So you can see a combo from his grab if you ever just stand up and block that thing in the corner. That is after you get hit by this. And then he just does this. In which case you're forced to block anyway. So, there's not really much to talk about him. I mean, the character beats donors very easily. The character baits your anti-airs because he just does this. In which case he goes too high for the DPs and just teleports down and the DP whiffs and then he just punishes. Not much. He has touch of death combos from standing that are pretty easy. What else is there to talk about him? His combos are hard, sure. No, but really. There's not really much flaw in this character's kit, apart from the fact that he doesn't have range in the slightest. He doesn't have any distance. He does have good anti-airs though. 4x is a good one. EX is good, of course. 2x is very good. I mean, EX is also like amazing because it's frame run after the flash. So if they haven't hit you before the flash, you're getting hits or at least trading after. And then 2H is very good, of course. Like I said, DP is also good. Frame 18, if I recall, or frame 19, which it's good. The reward is amazing, but it isn't as fast as you probably want it to be. Of course, if you do hit it, you get reward even mid-screen. Let's go mid-screen, yeah. Oops, I didn't teleport farther now. There you go. But yeah, now that the character has actually been labbed out and almost fully discovered, very good that he got his grab, because that was really the only issue. The grab does mad, like, grab does a significant amount of damage. That's all they got added to him this update. I don't think he got any more buffs apart from just finally not being punishable on hits, because of the bounce that he gives now or something. Pretty sure it's still punishable on hit though. Still at least counting. Is it punishable? I see. No, it's not punishable anymore. But it's definitely still minus on hit in the corner. So just know that. Character is very much high tier. Is he versatile? Very much so. Very all-purpose. His weaknesses are not that. His weaknesses are just range. But then Sheng Long is also there, so somewhere around here. Eden's very much. Eden's very all-purpose. Well, he doesn't have mix-ups that much, and his grab is not amazing per se, but it is much better than others. Now Hanyoko is definitely up here now. Well, not now, but he's definitely up here. So let's look. Hanyoko is a very fine zoner these days. Very, very neat. Alright. He was high tier last patch if I recall. The thing is that they gave a zoner toolkit to a all-rounder. So of course he ended up being good. And then they also made the zoning obnoxious as well. And now with the run, I suppose you can get a full combo, apparently. So I've heard. Of course, I'm pretty sure you could just air dash before anyway. But apparently you could do that. Actually, a 6S maybe. Yeah, it's 6S. You can just run with 6S, but it doesn't really matter because they can always just run up. So the running doesn't really change much with him actually. The grabs do though, of course, he can actually get actual damage from his grabs, significant damage from his grabs, because of the boss setups. So he can actually do as much grab damage as Legato. He can do as much grab damage as Legato, because if he sets up this ball and you're just blocking and he just grabs you and then the ball comes and gets comboed, it's pretty nice, You get significant mix-up damage due to that. Of course, you can also just set up the ball after you get down here, but the problem is that his grab is not actually that plus. So you could probably just punish him for trying to do that. So he has to make sure he stays to his normals. Good thing his normals are very good. Don't know why. Don't know why they gave him a long range, quick and safe overhead. Pressure is not punishable at all. Yeah, it's not punishable. So they gave him a unpunishable, quick overhead. 2 hits overhead. It doesn't matter that it's 2 hits though. I suppose doesn't matter much. I mean, it does chip, I suppose. Only be there on the last hit. And if he sprays at max range, it's very funny the amount of pushback you get. Yeah, you will you can literally just kind of hit them for trying to punish you. They're trying to take their turn. Let's see what else is here. So of course, he can of course extend this fucking pages. Okay, we got it. We're gonna have to restart that because, well, no, restart the whole thing. We're gonna have to restart the app because Vita Fighters in this latest patch is very unoptimized, which means there are going to be crashes. I'm surprised it hasn't crashed in the past 1.5 hours now. Okay, let's go. Ooh. Okay, hands are feeling kind of weird. Is it still in blue stacks? It's still in blue stacks, just making sure. So, Hanyoko is alright. He has some very good mix-ups after he hits you with his super, which is really good. He has very good zoning. He has zoning that's so good it protects himself. Which the only other character that can really simulate that is Valentine, I think. I think it's Valentine. And then his balls cover a huge radius. Of course, there is a range that you can enter where you should be trying to run into to make sure you don't get hit by any of this shit. Of course, you can still just do the crash ball. But if you enter the range, you should be fine, I think. Not really, well, not really that fine, but you won't get hit. And then if you get, one of the big things is that the pushback is hilarious. You are not going to be able to do much if you block this thing, so you have to make sure you get around it. And then, of course, if he ever ends a combo with jump S, just make sure to block. Just please block, because you are not going to be able to move away from it. Of course, you could just quick stand through it. But if you quick stand early, you will have to block, and if you quick stand late, you're gonna have to deal with everything, all of zoning anyway. So both are bad, because if you block, you still have to take the zoning, of course. So he can set up balls for a long time after. Okay, whoops. That was not supposed to hit. I didn't set it up. So yeah, if you stand up and get hit by jump pass, you will just get comboed into his other projectiles. And then the damage is good. He has touch of deaths, of course. On the big characters, he just massacres them really. And then he hits you with the super. So on the big characters, the super just loves to not work and just gives you a free combo anyway. But let's say you're a normal character, you can actually get hit, then you have to deal with this. And then let's say you try to block, you're getting grabbed. In fact, he can just grab you before it happens and just get way more damage off of that grab. And then let's say you try to jump, of course, you're getting hit. And then you try to mash, you have to hope that you can move before the ball, or like move him before the ball comes out, because if he's still there and the ball hits you, he's just going to come off of it, because on reaction too, because the ball does too much hit stun. I think that's all about Hanyoko really. The only really big problem with him is crushing heavy. just like Shinta. So if you just if you just jump in on him eventually, even though he has all these stuff covering him, all this stuff. If you get able to get that jump in, then you can actually do some pressure on him or kill him. Either one is fine. Hanyoko definitely is probably definitely has weakness. His weakness is very bad because unlike Shinta has 4S to stop you from jumping in, but you can't really deal with that with Hanyoko unless you're actively focusing your projectiles on that area, in which case you're leaving the ground open. So you have to pick your poison with Hanyoko. Yeah, the rest of the high tiers. Kenjiro. Hello, Formula 0X. Of course, it's then crashed again. Alright. So, Kenjiro is alright this patch. Definitely not easy, but she is very, very good this patch. Because she is Julia, but skips neutral even harder, really. In fact, I'm pretty sure she has one of the only skip neutral tools that work from full screen and is also plus on block. Which is just amazing, really. She's also very much based on anti-fireball, it seems. Because all of her stuff just beats out fireballs. Pretty sure all of her EX moves just either beat them or just throw them favorably. Like that, or like that one for full screen. Yep, it's invincible there, so why not? And then also, of course, the actual one you'd use. And then this one. Of course, way slow though. This is why you pick this character. This one right here. Because even from full screen, even if they're just walking back, not even knowing what's coming at them, the only thing they can do here is backdash. But if they backdash too early, they will get hit. You have to make sure they walk back and then backdash to evade this from full screen. Like that. Or you can just dash forward, so it's kind of hard to mess with that. But let's say they do block it. It's plus and block. I'm pretty sure that was the true block thing. So just delay a bit. I can't even. I delayed it and it was still a true block string. Okay, I delayed it too much there. But yes, you can just from full screen, evade the projectile, and if you don't get counter hits, then if you don't counter hit the projectile, then you just are plus and block anyway. On top of that, this move is easy. It's good for cross-up mix after knockdowns. It just really it also anti-airs, I'm pretty sure, because she's just spinning her sword around her, and the move is quick enough, so it will just beat people out of there. Sometimes you get combos, sometimes you don't. So if she has meter, then she will just always use that move on you to start a pressure, and then knowing that you're gonna block, you can just sneak these in or whatever. She has the potential to do that. Of course, you have to remember that the character is also solid on her own. One thing about her is that her medium is just does too much chip. I don't know why this thing does so much chip. So if you ever get to that scenario, she's just going to do this from full screen and then chip you out. That thing does more chip damage most characters. So yeah, we can do this. Whoops. Yeah, most characters cannot do that much chip. Of course, she can also just stagger the jabs on block like this. Because I'm pretty sure this is plus for some reason. The medium is plus. Is it? Okay, it's not plus. But it's still good to stagger it there because then if they do jab, you can just get hit them with the heavy anyway. So if you just stagger them like that, that's a lot of chip. Forgetting chip though, the character then has good tools, of course. 4S is very notorious. Very. It has way more range than you'd realize. And then it also is free combos. Yeah. And then she also has some of the best corner carry in the game. Because she can just... Okay, I messed it up. Well, not really. This character is just really consistent when you do that. It's probably a better route. Like, not delaying. Like that. No, that's still not good. Okay. That's not it either. I was trying to do a medium there, I messed it up. Alright. Yeah, that definitely doesn't work there. Okay. Yeah, you have to heavily delay that. You have to heavily delay your jumping after it's crouching heavy to do that. But yes, she can just easily go from corner to corner. In just like 10 hits. It's not even 10 hits, it's really just 6. In 6 inputs, you can just go from corner to corner. It's pretty funny. Like 6 or 7. Of course, you can also just, if you want more consistency and but you want to waste meter, you can also just do that. Also, I mean, it does something. But the point is that jump S is just broken. Jump EX, jump X is broken. It's very, very good right now, especially with the fact that you can combo after it. I'm pretty sure it always took from corner to corner like that. But now that you can combo off of it, it's much better. 6S also got buffed, but it's still a terrible anti-air because of how slow it is. Even though it has a sword, it's just too slow. Way too slow to come out. The good thing is that in combos, it is pretty good. You can just get multiple loops from that. You know, that would be amazing if it was also unscaled, but I'm pretty sure it's not. One thing you're going to learn about this character when you're playing her is that her stuff just likes not... Oh, shit. Not again. No, not again. Not again. Not again. You have to be kidding me. My gameplay is not showing. That's fine. That's hilarious. You know, this was not supposed to happen again. But oh well. Guess I'm tired of reiterating the same points again for the same... How many minutes has it been? Hour? Let's talk about Kenjiro again. Alright. So Kenjiro, very good because she automatically beats neutral. She does not care about neutral in the slightest. She just loves being plus on block and loves punishing you for thinking she's not plus on block. She also has very good anti-fireball tools. Of course, with the plus on block thing as well. And then she also has mix, not that good. In the corner it can mess you up though, I suppose. I mean, in the corner you can just forget that you can punish this, and then you start mashing jabs. That can happen to you. Of course, you're gonna space it, and then she's not punishable. I'm pretty sure. I think. Yeah, you can punish this. Yeah, she can space it, which is good. And it's a good thing she also has a full screen low, so that's also good. I guess she has mix up from here, supposedly. Both of them are really good on hits, of course. You can cancel both of them into your main band brothers. But then you can also do it from the low, I'm pretty sure. So that's all fine and well. What else? Right. So her corner carry is very obnoxious. That was the wrong thing to do. Totally the wrong thing to do. Corner carry is very obnoxious though, because just for the cost of a bounce, she can take it from corner to corner, and she can combo off of it potentially if you don't mess it up. So if you don't mess it up though. There you go. And then she goes to touch of death you like every other character on these tiers. Of course, doing it with her is much more inconsistent, even though the loop seems pretty easy. Because that can happen, and then you have to totally switch up your TOD route. Another problem is that her heavy just sometimes whiffs and combos, because her jabs are very finicky. So you have to actually pay attention when trying to touch a death with her, because slip-ups can mess you up. Of course, there's always ways to TOD even after this stuff happens. Well, unless the heavy whiffs. In that case, you might actually be punishable right there and there. But if let's say the Kenjiro just crosses up like, well, I guess he didn't cross up there. This is weird. Yeah, that can happen. She can TOD, I have done it, but I don't really like doing it at all. It's very inconsistent. Of course, that's if you're into play this game for TODs. I don't really judge the tier list off of TODs, but in this case I am forced to because I'm posting this on YouTube.com. Kenjiro is very versatile. Did I still not put this video on? You can't be kidding me. There's no way I didn't do that, right? Yeah. This is why I don't make tier list videos. I should just put this right here as a reminder. No, it's not there. No, I can't even do that. That's unfortunate. Okay, whatever. I like streaming in general, to be honest. Alright, so if I haven't covered this already, Kenjiro is good because she's with Julia, but with even more plus and block tools, because she loves being. Did I dash? Am I not dashing this? She has quick neutral tools that are plus and block for some reason. So this will hop over any projectile in the game, most times. And you'll be plus and block after if you don't mess up. Or unless you're against Jehuti apparently, what the hell is going on? There we go, plus and block. I was just not dashing correctly. But just she has full screen buttons, her buttons are decent on block. If you block this, most times you're not punishing it from max range. Of course, on hits is still very good. When you hit your full screen overhead, you can cancel into your full screen low. Very funny. So, full screen low, full screen mid, full screen overhead, somewhat full screen. It's alright. One of the best things about her though is her anti-air capability when she has meter, because then she also has this. But let's say you're not trying to use that, she can also just do this. And let's say it hits. It's not really inconsistent for hitting, because if you actually press a button, then you would definitely fall. So that's good. One super good thing about the second super is that let's see. A super good thing is that it's an excellent F punisher, like that. See, very latent to the move, and then it's also a hard knockdown. So there's also just mix-ups you can do after anyway. So that's very good. So it's just always a hard knockdown if you're able to hit the last ground hit. So you can go for mix-ups or just mix them up. Not much. Is there much else to say? Well, yes, there is. Her corner carry is very obnoxious. Both in how hard it is to get the full corner carry, and also to get hit by it. Let's see now. Nice serious. Jehuti is just a great hitbox, but you can understand the point. Let's say it right here. Yeah, good. I think that's it about Kenjiro. Kenjiro is alright. Kenjiro is fine. Fine in the top, in the high tier, I mean. Very, very all-rounder. She doesn't have much weakness unless she doesn't have meter. But one good thing about her, one amazing thing about her is that even though her overhead is pretty slow, and she's very meter reliant, she can always just grab you, and then she has one of the top grabs in the game. Let's burn a bar real quick. It's one of the top grabs in the game because it just builds full meter. Lovely. This builds a full bar. It's a full 1 bar meter. So if she needs a meter, she can just grab you. It doesn't feel like a full bar. It feels maybe a 1/9 of a bar, or 2.5, 2.7 of a bar. 2.7 out of 4 out of the bar, but who knows? It just builds very close, but you can't just immediately use a EX. You can't just immediately use a EX move after grabbing someone, because it doesn't fully foot the bar, but it's just about close. Just grab them, then do a block string, and you'll most likely have the meter for it now. Hello, Xander. Kenjiro is cool, yes indeed. Kenjiro is indeed a cool character in the Vita Fighters video game. Alright. Now I'm getting pissed off that I've spent maybe 20 minutes on Kenjiro alone, so let's move on. Kenjiro's all-purpose, very fun. Now, I don't think there's any more high tiers in this game. Jehuti is not high tier. Jehuti is not high tier. Alright. Everyone has Oki now. Jehuti is not high tier. In fact, he's probably the top of B tier. So Jehuti has good tier Ds, which is the only reason how he'd actually be in high tier. But apart from that, he's just like most characters, like Miki. He's just like Miki, to be honest. So he has good DP, good setups. The setups are better now, but since everyone has knockdown Oki, it's not always special anymore. I wonder. Yeah, so you just can't quick stand against him. Because if you do quick stand, then this thing can just hit you. So I guess the Oki's better, but not really, because if they just don't quick stand, then you have to make sure you wait until they got to stand up and then do it or something. It's a very weird situation. The only really good thing you got this patch is this actually connecting now, which doesn't really matter because you could always just do this anyway, and it was way better. So one of the big problems with him now is that his move speed is now just tremendously nerfed because everyone got the same one, and his one is meh. His one is the same as everyone else's, so it's worse than his old run, which is not really a run, it was a dash, but the dash cancelled into itself, so wow, the one even looks worse. But yeah, character's not that good. Not really. DP's okay. Not really much about it. If I recall, he does more damage than most of his grabs, but then he also doesn't build meter at all from his grab. Let's try it there. I guess I have to test that out. There we go. So he doesn't really build meter from his grab in the slightest, so the grab is not really much use to him, especially when he already had cross-up mix with meter anyway. Does it not work anymore? I don't think it works anymore. That's funny. Yeah, it doesn't work anymore. Maybe they fixed that corner. Maybe that's what happened. Oh shit. I'm still forgetting that I actually have to go here. That's crazy. Perhaps I should do this. No, that doesn't work. Does this work? Let's put it like this. There we go. Now I can actually see and make sure that I'm actually covering the video. I'm covering the Vita fighters. Crazy. Even though Jehuti's so boring, I still have to go back to him. So I still have to go back to him and make sure that I have talked about him on video with a clear demonstration. So grab doesn't build much meter at all, so the grab doesn't even do much for him. I think his cross-up mix got nerfed, which is a very big nerf. That mix-up was very good. So now you have a character with not that good mix. They jump past that, outclasses most characters, sure, but also characters can just, if characters have a DP, just then getting hit, definitely getting hit, because it has a lot of startup. Of course, if they're trying to use something other than DP, most times they will either trade or just get punished. At least if they trade, it's better for them or something. But most times they will get hit, and it's always plus, so that's good for you. There's not much about Jehuti. I mean, stuff to remember. His dash got nerfed into a run, and his run is like everyone else's. So let's do the bucket. Here we go. His run is like everyone else's. He runs just as fast as anyone else, which means his run is just like everyone else's. They both reached there at the exact same time. So he literally just got nerfed from the universal buff, which is unfortunate, but I don't really care because the character is boring anyway. Now, that's why Jehuti is there. Let's talk about Riki. So Riki dispatch, he didn't get changed much. His grab is okay. Not really that good, not really that bad. It's very much middle of the pack. It's so middle of the pack that I use it to make sure, I use it as a baseline for grab damage. The grab damage is just okay. Just alright. Apart from that, the character is just good right now. There's not really much to say about it. The DP is amazing, frame 9, so in neutral you can just beat characters like that. It's kind of funny. Weak is good, I thought. So they understand, given the projectile meta, yeah, I'm not reading what this guy's saying. Okay, he might be middle high. Miki is good, yes. Problem is that his mix is slow, his grab is okay at best, and when you connect this, you cannot get anything unless you have meter. In which case, you get everything. But if you don't have meter, then that's kind of bad. It's kind of bad. His getting in, unlike Sheng Long, who has the best air movement in the game, he does not have the best movements in the game, so he can just get stuffed on reaction by most characters. Of course, he can just fireball, and he can beat DPs. But what if they just do crouching heavy? It's not like his jumping heavy is hard to anti-air or something. So yeah, he's kind of mid, really. He's just kind of, he's alright. He's okay. Yes, you cannot connect the rush kick. Let's see exactly what it's called though. It's called the flash kick. It's not a flash kick in any way, shape, or form. In fact, a rush kick would probably be a better name. But yes, if he does ever connect this, he does just kill you. This is not a good combo in the slightest. In fact, any combo you do with Miki that doesn't kill is a bad combo unless you're doing it for style. And I don't think Miki really has that much style points anymore because this second super got nerfed so badly. The damage is terrible now. And he didn't get buffed in any other way, so I don't know why he does so little damage now. I don't know why they made it scale. It's okay. And the move wasn't used much anyway. They also made it like worse in combos. Somehow they made this worse in combos. You do lights, lunge, lights, heavy, for corner jackals. Cool. Anyway, is there anything else? The only really amazing thing about him is the DP, really. And that's about it. The DP is amazing. But the DP also moves him forward, so sometimes on some things he can just, like, people that are just right in front of him doing jumping heavy, you can just whiff like that and then he gets punished. So that's a big problem. Anything else? He doesn't have any anti-fireball tools, so against actual zoners he'll crumple in fireball wars. The good thing is super is also his super is also decent, as in it's 5 hits, which is the norm, unlike Sheng's Zone, which is somehow 4 hits now after he got nerfed. If I go, there's no reason to ever pick this character. Why aren't you picking Sheng Long? that is the real thing you should be asking yourself. They both have slow but usable overheads. Though I'm pretty sure Riki Maru's is faster, but and longer range. Actually, probably not longer range, to be honest. And it's harder to combo off of. Then again, you can always just combo into a special. 4S is usually the way. But they both have slow stuff like that. Sure, Riki Maru's DP is better, but then Sheng Long's also just covers above his head actually. So pick your poison. What else is there? Sheng Long has better zoning, of course, especially since he can cancel his fireball into his DP. Riki Maru has a better grab. The grab is still not good though, unless it's 2 hits. Actually no, Sheng Long has a better grab. My bad. Because Sheng Long's grab actually builds meter. Crazy. So, there's no reason to really be picking Miki still, even after all the changes got him. He's just a different flavor. But he doesn't have weakness, unlike Sheng, whose standing heavy is way worse than his, at least. He's probably be like here. He's just mid. I forgot to put Jehuti here, sorry. That's Jehuti. And Jehuti's definitely has weakness. What is his weakness again? Like, he doesn't really have weakness, my bad. He does have weakness, but still better than Miki, yes. Okay, next character. In mid tier here. Should I order this? I mean, I suppose I should be ordering it. No, this actually is pretty ordered already. My bad. It's actually very ordered. So, see. Cybernite. Didn't think it happened. Didn't think the day would come where Cybernite is actually usable. He still has very big problems, but if he just forgets about super, or only use super when his benefits, when he has benefits, then you'll usually be fine. Cyber is a very polarized character because his base mode is alright. His base mode is okay nowadays. He has full screen combos, whatever. He has alright normals. Alright neutral tools. They don't really do anything for him on hit, but they're still neutral tools, which is good, especially with how big it is, and he moves forward. That's pretty good. It's also disjointed, so there's also the fact that if you dash cancel it, you do get free combos. Terrible combo right there, of course, just to show you. Good combos would just probably be like listening to this. Something like that. Of course, he has a decent captain heavy. It's not as slow as the other ones, but also not as fast. He also goes into very much goes into a little profile here. This guy's very crouched down, so some stuff can just whiff. Of course, if you don't do it fast enough, it will trade. Of course, if it doesn't beat out people, so that's also a problem. He doesn't have a big hitbox. But it's okay. The answer is okay. He also has good air control with jump pass. Jump pass is decent. He also has actual block swings that I don't think he can punish at all. He just crosses you up, but if you're patient, you can just if you let go of the block during this, yeah, you can just punish him. That's a knowledge check though, so if people don't know that, then they won't know, I guess. If they don't know, they don't know. It's also invincible, so that's good. Of course, you can actually just do this and just be safe. They can't match there either. He has a near full. He has a mid screen low, so that's good. You can combo off of it. Still good. So, but of course, the only reason why you'd ever play this character is for the super, which unfortunately isn't really that much a neutral tool. Like as if it's a V trigger or a install from Soul or Kai or whatever, wherever you see installs nowadays, because this move can't be, it can't be too good, apparently. The move can't be too good because once you activate this, you get infinite block strings. Because for some reason they said they still want people to be able to do infinite block strings, as long as it needs a meter requirement. It doesn't really matter because character can still do this, but they also want people to do very brain dead infinite combos too, like you can't burst this. You cannot burst this, and this is maybe 60%. Not even 60, it's 90, my friend. I think you can actually just TOD like that. Oops. Very uninteractive touch of death by here. Let's do that so you're safe after the uninstall, and then you're fine. So as long as he can do that, they're not going to remove the fact that when you leave this install, he takes 10 years to wake up, probably because he's old. I don't know how he's doing all this movement with how challenged he is, but whenever he finishes the install, he goes into the uninstall animation, and it's just stupidly punishable. It's so punishable. In fact, it's so punishable that I'm pretty sure you can grab, and then they'll still block it. I mean, they'll still be able to punish you. Even if you grab and then uninstall as the grab is ending, they'll still be able to punish you. Of course, never activate this on block because no one's going to mash. They're just going to hold down back, and if they get hit by the overhead, so be it. They don't care. And they can also get hit by grabs. They don't care, because both of them are not really doing damage. So just take the throw, just keep on taking the throw, just keep on taking the throw, keep on taking on, and then you uninstall and they kill you. That's kind of how it is. So you have to make sure that if you're ever using this character, you're only using it, you're only using the super. When you're using the super, when you like anti-air someone with it, because then you get a combo and it can just kill them. Okay. The install is very boring because of this. Because you just do this, just keep on doing it. And if you ever go for the install, that means you also lose burst, which is very bad too. You lose burst, you lose reversal, so your defense is terrible. That's why this character has lots of weakness. So just probably the optimal way to play this character is to just not go into install unless it's last round, because the character, well, you can go into install as long as you combo into it or anti-air with it. That's really the decision. The character can't touch a death without it, I think. Of course, I think in install you can actually have mix, so it's not like it's all gone. Oh, that's not it. There's some mix here where you can cross up here, but maybe it's only on caution. Let's see. So of course when he activates, you have to remember that it's this plus on block. There we go. So that's the mix. So, and of course if they start not crouching, then you can just always go for the low. So, I mean the same side of the low, which is good. So the character actually has a mix somewhat, but it's only on the right corner. So you have to remember that. Overall, pretty mid. Very mediocre character. In fact, from now on mid is mediocre. Only play high tiers, man. It's for your own sanity, you only play high tiers, because you do not want to play against Legato, be doing bad in the matchup, and then he hits you once and then you die. So, did you really have character choice then? No matter what character you picked that was under mid tier, you did not play the game. So, yeah. character choice doesn't really matter if the top tiers are this good anywhere. They're worse than last time, but they are still definitely outclassing everyone because of touch of death. If let's say all of these characters can't touch of death, then the strengths are much lower because Jin would then be, let's say Jin actually did low damage, Jin would go down, or maybe he would stay here, but he would actually be tolerable. Who knows? Now let's talk about the rest. What's his mid? Alright. Alexis is higher than Miki, to be honest. Of course, we have to make sure we look at Miki, Cybernite's right around here. His anti-air is not good. It's like at least Hanyoko can make up for it with basketballs, but he has to have meter. He also loses reversal. He also doesn't have dash cancels if you save a bar, so definitely high weakness with this character. Alexis though. Alexis is very decent dispatch. Of course, his problem is that he cannot anti-air at all in the slightest. Both of just, I don't know how he has a DP and a crouching heavy and he still can't anti-air, just like Kenjiro, but at least Kenjiro can do it with a bar. Alexis just can't. And then his jump, he can never use his actual full jump because this jump will just always get anti-aired by every character. Every character will anti-air this. It's very easy. You will rarely ever trade. So, what it's you always have to air dash. Good thing that you can just do this though. So if anyone goes for a DP, he can always just do that and then just punish or whatever. But no one's going to DP because every single character can just do crouching heavy and then outclass it. It's only Vita juice, I think it's like after this for ambiguous stuff because of how long it takes. But it's not really that good. DP is not good either. It's slow. I think it's invincible, but it's still slow. And the only good thing about it is that you can dash cancel and block really, but that doesn't even do much for you because you're right above their head in a long animation. So if they have a DP, they will reach you. In fact, they might just be able to punish you like this. Yeah, they can just punish you like that. So the DP is only really good if you do it mid-screen, which will never happen because the DP has no range. So it's really not, the DP then it's not really all that. Of course, if they're not aware about it, this is good, of course. I mean, it's pretty funny, but unlike Kath, this DP dash cancel is not good at all. Not good. And Kath can DP on block, and their DP is way faster. While also, if she dash cancels on block, it actually gives her a mix. Let's do something. But whatever. Oh, the screen is still not beautified. That's crazy. That's very interesting. Alright, whatever. Alexis is a very interesting but still not that good character because of this jump arc. Jump arc is interesting, but it's not good. So you would never actually go for it, which kind of hurts against characters like, let me think of it, Valentina's, because Valentina's, you need to be able to do this so you can beat his crouching heavy, but then since he can see you doing it for so long, he can just do it and the game crashed. That's lovely. He can just do his crouching heavy and it will actually work. Of course, if you instant air dash on Valentina's, his crouching heavy will most likely beat out you, counter hit your move. But if you do a full jump, Valentina's 2H is just so terrible that it will just not work. In fact, now that the game is crashed and restarted, we can just show that. In theory, was thinking about it in theory. I'm not sure how it works actually in game. Let's see it. Who knows? Maybe Valentina's countering heavy hitbox is just so bad that it still gets beaten out by Alexis. Alright, let's check. Hello, psychopathum. Oh my gosh, it's so garbage. Wow. What was that? Oh my gosh. That's rich. Even with this 10-year jump arc, Alexis still beats you. Wow. There's a reason I haven't covered Valentina still now, because Valentina's is definitely not high tier. He's definitely not high tier. Thank God. Thanks Jehovah Almighty. Alright, I need to stop taking this drink. Definitely making me act up. This drink is definitely making out. I need water right now. I'm not acting myself. I always have to take a little something because people say I'm too tensed up. And I can't be too tensed up when making a tier list video because I hate tier lists. Clearly I have to be out of my mind to make a tier list stream because I have been here for how many hours now? 2 hours 30 minutes. Alright, let's get back to this. So Alexis is very interesting but still very mediocre because most characters that aren't Valentina's can actually just anti-air him here with this long jump arc. Of course, he can always just instant air dash, so that's alright. Why are you making one then? Because that's the content thing to do, you know. The reason why I do YouTube is not for the people. It's because I treat YouTube like a video game. If I didn't treat YouTube like a video game, I'd quit. I look at the numbers and think, cool, numbers are going up. Yeah, alright. Community interaction is not really about that. The only reason I started the YouTube channel is because Vita fighters, I was already invested in it. And then thought, you know, the one person that should really have a respected opinion about the game is probably someone who labs the game actually. So that's why I play it. That's legit. Okay. I mean, that's why I make YouTube videos. That's it. And somehow I'm still more consistent than De Jesus or Formula Zero X. They haven't posted a video in weeks if I recall. So that's pretty weird. Now, Alexis jump heavy is not really good against characters that aren't Valentina's. Now let's talk about other things that are not that good. His fireball. Do not use this fireball. It's not good in any way, shape, or form. Actually, this dash cancel here might as well be a taunt because this will never come out in a real game. Because anytime someone sees this, you're getting hit, and dash cancel won't save you. So you might as well just be wasting meter then. The jump pass version is much better because I'm pretty sure even if you hit this at full screen, you just get a combo. Maybe, who knows? The character is very short range. At least you get Oki or something. But yeah, air fireball is way better. The damage is okay for a fireball, I suppose. Better than Valentina's at least. What else? DP, terrible. It's like almost all his specials are terrible, huh? His DP is terrible. 5S is terrible. Yeah, not much. Actually, I'm pretty sure you get a combo mid-screen only. Oh, you don't even get a mid-screen. Don't you get a mid-screen combo? That's hilarious. Alright. If you do it close to the gun, I'm pretty sure you do. He can still do the instant. He's one of the only characters that can still do this. The instant air dash back into fireball. So that's a good thing because this one is actual. This one's actual zoning. This one's actual zoning. And I'm pretty sure you can hit small characters. I mean, smaller characters too. I'm pretty sure Valentina's a tall character. But the fact that he can do that is good. Of course, he still has, I think, a full screen level right here. There you go. Because of hit grab, I don't think you would ever want to rely on his hit grab super, ever. Your hit grab super is mostly for stat. And it's for being optimal, but you cannot be optimal and still kill with this character because this super is brain dead, so you can still do that. This super is hilarious, but it's also not that good. This super is not good in neutral. Do not let anyone tell you that it's not good in neutral. It's not good in block strings because Alexis doesn't have block strings. His heavy is not that plus. But anytime you press this, someone's just gonna jump, and you think, oh, they got hit there, right? But then they can, messed it up. There we go. You can just air dash. If there's air dash at the top heights, you are not getting hit by this, and they will punish you actually. There we go. You can just punish you. So really, do not touch that. Do not touch that move. That move is not a neutral move unless the other person is perhaps falling from a jump. If they're falling from a jump, then you can use it because. Oh, if they're falling from a jump, then you can use it because then they have to block it, which doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter much. I mean, why would you do that in the first place? Are they just neutral jumping in neutral? Are they doing this? I'm not sure what scenario you'll have to find yourself for someone to be jumping and you use super so you can actually catch a landing and then be plus a block. But it's okay. It's okay. You do. You also can't use this in block strings. So forget that as well. Can you do this? Maybe? Oh yes, this is the only block string. I didn't even think this would have cancel on block because it shouldn't, but this works. This is a block string, but I'm pretty sure you can just get jab here. Probably. Also, his jump ins are trash. Jump ins don't really matter when you have air dashes. Most times. Plus, his jump is bad, but he has jump S to cover him in case someone's going to DP. So it's still better than most. Okay, you can't actually do anything here. So yes, I'm the only one. no one else was talking about block strings with this thing. So I guess I just discovered the first block string that works with Alexis. No one even touches this character, do they? I didn't see a single clip. But yes, this is a block string because they can't even jab here, so this is a thing apparently. Why would you need it? Well, 4S is pretty bad on block, so I guess it's good to be plus on block there. For 2 bars. You know. I'm not sure there's anything bad about that. Let me think. No, there's not a single thing bad about that. So good for Alexis. He has 1 plus. He has 1 plus here. 4S is only good in just gets full combo if you try to pay DPs and jump bets and they don't DP. But yes, I suppose he does, huh? I suppose he does get full punished. But then he also has the fast fall, so he can just fast fall instead of doing the jump pass anyway. So he can just fast fall, so he can just not get hit by the DP. Very cool. That's one thing about it. The jump, it's okay because of the fast fall. It's okay because they have a bug that they might remove next patch. It's alright. So of course, if you just do this, the DP is not hitting, and then you can just run in with the full screen 2L, which is not full screen anymore. So you have to run up to do that, and then you do your touch of death, whatever. Who cares? I don't touch this character. Very boring. So, in case you haven't noticed, DP is terrible. Only good in combos, and only good against people that don't know on block. If they don't know on block, then you can do this. But if they do that, then you can't do anything about it. Just so you know. Maybe jump light would trade there, but I'm not even going to test that. I'm using 2 controllers at once. I'm not doing that on stream. Now,
I'm gonna speak for you.
alright, I'm going to take a quick break. Alright, let's get back to this. So, what else is good about Alexis? There's the plus on block. Apart from that, the mix is not good, if I recall. So if you hit someone, the mix is good, if I recall. Can he still run? Oh, right! They removed this shit. You can't run past people in the corner anymore, so that this took away his defining mix-up. I think they fixed this corner in general, to be honest. Well, they didn't fix it that well, but this dash definitely messes up some stuff. Oh my gosh, it crashed again. Let's go. All right, very nice. But they took away his defining mix-up that no one did really, so I guess I'm the only one that did that mix-up to someone online. Apart from that, 4S, so the second hit is the overhead that will never hit because, well, it would only hit once because that thing is too slow to ever be called mix. Too obvious. Alexis is okay. I still have more stuff to talk about with him because I've mostly been joking the entire time and downplaying him. But now we should probably get to the stuff that's actually alright about him after covering his 2H, because 2H is still terrible. Now, Kath and Alexis share one thing, and it's the fact that when they're about to do the heavies, they take a step back, and their hitbox actually isn't out there. Why do I say this? Because characters like Miki, the leg will already be out there, but will have no hitbox until like later into the move, which means they can get counter hits very easily. He's very nice counter hitting with Alexis's 5H, so it's pretty alright. Of course, can't have everything because this thing also has no range. It has very little range, but it still has more than you realize because it's also disjointed. So it's also pretty quick for a heavy, to be honest. A heavy that's disjointed. So you can very much just stop stuff, and on whiff it's not bad. I'm pretty sure it's okay. It doesn't even stay out for a while. My bad. Yeah, it's very punishable. So you wouldn't press this in neutral. All you needed was like right around here. It's okay here. This is neutral, but this is neutral space, right? But you can also just crouching light. I forgot. That's where you talk about the good stuff. So this crouching light is hilarious. Of course, you don't get anything off of it from this range, but it's very funny to counter hit people in neutral from this. Of course, if you ever counter hit someone, then you get a full combo and you kill them. It's very nice. So it's very good normal right here. That's not full range. Whereas a light having this much range is unprecedented, unless this is because of Kath's unique leg hitbox right here, which I doubt, because I've seen this thing hits from way too far. Oh, at max range it doesn't even. Does that? Did that just not combo? Okay, did combo. Of course, that's stupidly max range. It won't work like that, but you know, you can always try it, and you will be safe most of the time, I think. Yeah, you'll be safe. Alright. Other good thing, well, this is not good at all, but when it does come out, as in it actually does have a good hitbox, if I recall. At the tip of the fist. I think it's disjointed. As in his hand is just not there for some reason. It's not bigger than his hand, it's just that his hand has no hitbox. Big difference. Apart from that, 2S. 2S, I guess. Also, one thing, I guess it's a plus, but it's not really at all. His grab is one of the only grabs that are like unburstable. As in, if someone grabs you and they try to burst, you're not getting hit at all. In fact, I'm pretty sure it doesn't work in the corner either. Which means he will also always have pressure after doing this. Guaranteed. Because if you try to, you can always just burst. Against maybe cast grab like this, right? So you can't burst to get out of pressure when Alexis is pressing you, right? So that's pretty good. Well, not really that good, but it's something. It's okay. It's alright. It's something that's there. That's all I can say about Alexis. The Alexis will later be put in the lower part of the mid tier, but yeah, that's all I have to say about him. Definitely has his weaknesses though. Definitely has his weaknesses. He cannot anti-air at all. But at least he has air covering tools. Jump S is all very good for air control. So it's kind of a Hanyoko situation, except Hanyoko can actually just do that from standing on the ground. Yeah, lower. Probably way lower to be honest. Full back there. Alright. Who's next in mid tier? Yeah, this is when we start talking about Valentina's. So Valentina's the perfect zoner mid tier. Because if he was any higher, then we'd have a problem. So Valentina's has a lot of pluses, has a lot of downsides. And his downsides are that when you're thinking of Valentina's, you always have to remember that he will not have bullets at the start of the match. Which means that you have these options. You have a alright jab, you have a alright standing heavy, you have a alright WAF, but this is still minus on block, remember that? Just always buffer it, I suppose. There we go. And then your block strings are nothing. You cannot block string actually, because if you try to block string without bullets, you die, whether they block or not. So then you think, okay, I'll just use crushing light, medium, heavy, and I'm pretty sure that gets punished too by lights, because every crouching heavy is now actually punishable. Well, most are punishable, a lot are punishable, and all of them are minors, at least. Okay, am I blocking here? I'm still not blocking. So if I do this one.
Heels.
Okay, I should just do this. Yeah. Yeah, you can get punished here. So, no block strings in the slightest, which means they will just always press on you. And then the only way to get bullets is if you have meter. The only way to get bullets without bullets is if you have meter or you use a crouching heavy. Crouching heavy only really works on IADs. It will not work on normal jump ins because every single jump in this game will most likely beat it out. Or you'll trade, in which case it's still not safe for you to put bullets out. Of course, if something like that happens, then you're in the clear. Most time this will happen, and you'll get beaten out, and then you die. But if you do get bullets, you become a high tier. You're not a top tier, but you do become a high tier because you have to remember that Cyber Knights becomes the top tier because you can't do anything other than mix people up and do stuff, and you will be safe after. Valentina becomes a high tier because you always want to be looping the scenario. Valentina's always wants to be looping the scenario. I suppose he still will be like top tier with his bullets, right? Maybe top tier. He would be low top tier if he just always had bullets. Well, actually, he'd just be top tier. Actually, if he always had bullets, that'd be funny. Because he then gets full screen neutral tool. He then gets full screen neutral low. He then gets full screen anti-air. He then gets. Is there any more full screen stuff? He then is safe on everything. He then is plus on everything. Plus on everything. He then just kills you on everything. With he just confirms on everything. He just does everything. But if this scenario ever happens and you don't have bullets, or you do a combo that doesn't end with you being able to get bullets, then you're right back where you started, which is terrible. So you always want to be looping the scenario, no matter what, even if it means that you don't use your bullets. Which means that realistically, Valentina's, when he gets bullets in a match, can't be his full potential. Actually, he can't be his full potential because every time you use, let's say you use 2 bullets for neutral, and let's say you use another bullet for pressure or something, another 2 for pressure, and then you finally hit them and you did the combo, and then you have to reload around here. Around here you have to reload and you do no damage, or you do the thing and then you get a combo after that while reloading bullets. Oh, right. Lovely. I didn't even... That's funny. Okay, I have to redo this again. Alright. Valentina is mid-tier because of 2H. 2H is a terrible normal because it just isn't a good anti-air. Most times it will get beaten out like this and then you die. And the problem with this is that since you start the round with no bullets, and 2H is the only real way to get bullets without Vita, then he's kind of messed up. So your plan is either to hope that they IAD and then you anti-air them, because if they IAD, most times the heavy won't even come out before you do hit them and then you can get the bullets. Or you have to rush in on them and then hope that you build it up, or block and hope that you build enough meter or don't get hits by the time so that you'll be able to get something, which isn't realistic because you don't build meter on block since you don't have block strings without bullets. So look how long it is. Look at these block strings. They're not block strings really. And then let's say you get 1.5 bar, maybe you can do it. Maybe you can do a double head mix up here, and then get bullets or something. Not realistic, but it could happen because the timer is so long. It could happen. But this is what a new genre would call cope. Because that is terrible. That is just a terrible game plan. It will work sometimes. It might work sometimes, but it's kind of terrible because you're wasting so much time and you're a zoner, and then let's say the character just beats you. Let's say they just call you out because of your lack of block strings. Like, this isn't plus, so they can always push a button here and you can't do anything about it. Except if they're in the corner. But she shouldn't really be against Valentina's. Let's try this again. Yeah, they can just walk up and hit you. You can't really get out of that. So, yeah. But when you do get bullets, full screen neutral tool, full screen low, always plus unblock, then always safe whenever you do anything. And you have to make sure you loop the scenario over and over again, which means that because of that requirement, you actually are worse than you would be if you just had bullets all the time. Not because of the fact that you start without bullets, but because you can't use your bullets to the full potential. Seeing as you always have to reload. Because if a combo like this doesn't kill, let's say a combo like this, oops, let's say a combo like this, whatever, it doesn't matter how much of bullets. Let's say a combo like this doesn't kill. Sure, you did good damage, but you have no bullets. How are you going to take the rest of this life? That's the problem with this character. So then the combo would actually just be shortened down to like this or something if you had, let's say, no bullets after that last bullet. Sure did good damage, but at least you're reloading, which is the best part. The reload, you might as well be doing damage. The trading, you have to always trade the damage for the reload, because the reload is just better. Of course, doing combos like this is okay since you have 4 bullets left. You know, things like that. You always have to make sure. It's like burning yourself out in Street Fighter 6, but you didn't kill them. That's terrible. Even if they are very low health, you still have to make sure that you're not burnt out. You have to make sure you have bullets, because if you don't have bullets, you die. Now, down this is mid. Let's go over here. Looks about right. Weaknesses high. Weaknesses. Yes, the weaknesses. I'm exuding off of this character. Ever since I saw him, to be honest. Other mid tiers though. I guess we should put millions at the top of here. Remember to always do this right. So millions is okay this patch. He's alright. Especially because of the unblockables. But I won't be covering bugs in this tier list or tier charts, whatever it is. I'll mostly just be covering how the character works. Of course, if you want to see the unblockable, this is really how it just works. You just get someone in the box string. Boom, 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 boom. But you can't do it like this, because if you do it like this, you get put too far away. So you're gonna just do something like that. Of course, even if you do that, you just have to. It's better to just do this, to be honest. Something like that. There you go. So you can get your combo. So, the fact that there's no teching in the game, and then you can still do unblockables while, you can still grab someone while they're in block stun, kind of just makes the character very easy now. Of course, this is now, I'm not really taking this into account when talking about this stuff. So let's imagine that he could only grab you after the jump, after the barrage like this or something. Then the character is pretty much the same. The character hasn't really been changed. The character is just pretty decent. Pretty sure it's just the combos. There we go. So he has an invincible DP you can combo from. By invincible, I mean invincible. He has the DP is also a projectile that you can't really jump on reaction because you will get hit. Let's try here, like that. You will get hit on your way up if you try to react to this thing. And then character also has sneaky unblockables, because you will get hit by this at least once or twice during a set. It's pretty funny. Pretty sure he's plus though. The grab is good. You get to mix without having to do 6S, which means that you can just go for this often. And then the fisher, when he grabs you, he gets Oki. Yes, he does get Oki, so he's alright. He's okay. Character doesn't have weakness in slightest, actually, because he'd have weakness if his timer was actually relevant. His timer is not relevant because it lasts too little. Of course, he still definitely has weakness, but it almost never comes up in a match at all. Should probably just put him here, to be honest. Better than Miki. Wish these were like transparent or something. Okay, well, they have to put it like this. Okay, what's next? Alright, Vladis. Vladis is going right here. So Vladis got a lot of things this match. I don't know why people would underrate this character. I wasn't saying people underrating this character. I feel like the characters looks. Let's see, talk about the weaknesses, and another half you only talk about the strengths. You gotta at least name them, because let's see, for millions doesn't have weakness. If you do have the stand, and let's say you do miss a stand, then you don't. It's so short. It doesn't matter. It only matters to new players, at all. And then Jehuti. I don't think you're even here to talk about this. I talked about Alexis' strengths and I talked about 2S. Millions of strength. It outweighs his defects, and he doesn't have much defects at all. In fact, he has millions of bugs, which just help him. In fact, man, I'm drinking too much. So that's his only strength. Oh, I was also talking about his mix-ups with his 4S into EX. That is technically very good. Technically. I also did say that his grab is one of the only grabs that can't be burst baited. I mean, can't be immediately burst. Not even burst baited. He just can't. Well, Vladis can do it as well, because Vladis is Vladis. But it's one of the only ones that's you can't burst at all, because he just pushes you too far away. So, which is really good, because he always gets pressure. Bursting the grab is very much worth it, because if you're grabbed in the corner, they can just react to this thing. Not grab you again, they can always go for a low. That's the thing. If they grab you in the corner, you're gonna sit here, wait for it, and just come up. Or they can walk forward and do it, and then just go for another grab again. Of course, they can. It won't counter hit them. You can block it, but if you block it, they can always go for a tick throw, and you're just back into the loop again. It's very good for characters to just escape the loop by just doing this. Of course, you can just always take the throw, and let's say jump once in a while. Let's say you do jump, you're not. A lot of the top tiers will just DP you, and if you're not a top tier, well, like the Gladys or something, I think Gladys can just super you or something, or combo you even after that. Maybe jump back. I don't know. But if you jump out, I wonder what you do. What happens if you jump out? I'm not even jumping fast enough. That's nice. What I meant was that I feel like you didn't really justify the placement as much as you explained what the character does, but I guess it's Tierlist why it isn't formatted for me. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps. I'm mostly doing that because I covered the character before and then I have to redo it again because I somehow didn't cover the gameplay. But sure. Let's see. Alexis's buffs are that the grab can't be bursted. His 4S into EX is a good mix-up tool. Not because, well, it could catch someone mashing, but since it's very that move is very plus on block if you actually do block it, so you get a lot of mix-up from that. And then his neutral is good because of 2S. 2S is not punishable. I don't know if maybe I heard that before, but it's definitely not punishable. At least by most characters. I don't think you can heavy punish that at all. So it's just a very good. It's like Vlada's 2S, but just worse. Not as good, I guess, because Vlada's actually has full screen 2S. But you don't need full screen 2S. Just walk up and then run and then do it, or just run and then do it. No one really cares about full screen stuff anymore because you can just run and right now. But what else does he have? Right, he has good air control because of jump S, and then he has good zoning because of he has neat zoning because of backdash jump S, which is something that most zoners do not even have themselves. Sheng Long does have it. That's crazy. Yeah, he does have it. That's funny. But yes, that's about it for him. What was I talking about? Vladas. So Lazarus is very good dispatch. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Sure, his stand nav is slow. Let's talk about his weaknesses before the buffs, I suppose. Got to downplay before you upplay. This is very good, even though it's very slow. So let's talk about the weakness of it first, since we're talking about it anyway. It's very slow, which means you'll very much be counter hit. But you can definitely do this out of range for most stuff, and when you do whiff it, this is not getting counter hit. This is not getting counter hits. Apart from like that. Wait, what? Oh, was this the last button? I think they added more recovery on this because I tried as hardest as I could, but you could not really counter hit this most times. But anyway, the range is so big that riffing this is almost impossible anyway. So that's also good. The range on this thing is hilarious. And then, of course, you have the cancels. The move is good. The move is very disjointed. Of course, you wouldn't actually use this in neutral, which is why it's weaker. You wouldn't actually use this in neutral because you can actually riff 2S and not really care what they do. Well, not really, but you wouldn't really use this in neutral because you have other tools. But it's alright. It's an okay heavy. Definitely not going to be using anything other than combos and pressure, which it's good in pressure because it actually has hit stun, like a lot of heavies now. But let's talk about the other stuff. Crushing Light's good. It's your replacement for Standing Light. It's Standing Light is okay as a slow but range light. It has lots of range and it's an alright neutral tool if you're around here. I guess you wouldn't want a 2S from here, so that's good. Crushing Light also has a lot of range for a light. Yeah, it has a lot of range for light, so that's good too. And of course, this is good. One good thing about the Crouch Light is that it's still fast enough to combo from the first hit of this, if you do time it well. Mess it up. Okay, mess it up again. Wow. It's not my day for this, huh? There we go. So you can do that for max range. So it's actually a decent reward. Of course, you can just always just go for this. No damage though, but you can always go for it. Now, what are the other tools? Crouching heavy is terrible. There's nothing really to say about this. Yeah, there's nothing to say about it. It's just bad. Good thing you don't use it though. Now, what else in terms of normals should I be talking about? His jump out is good, very good, but it's not as fast as you would like. Probably, it's probably not as fast, but it does have range. Somewhat. Does it? Oh, it's too slow here. How big is that thing? Okay, yeah, he doesn't have range actually. He moved his hand way too far for that to work. I thought the gun had more range. But it's still fast enough to be used instantly, at least. It doesn't matter much though, because this is never going to hit someone hiding at all. So you wouldn't actually use it much. You would actually more so use Jump S, which actually has a lot of range. Lots of range. Yeah, Jump L does not have range. That's some major upplay on my part. But Jump S does have range for sure. It may not have much reward, but it does get the job done very well. Which of course you can dash cancel it for an actual combo. I think. It's been a while since I've actually used this move and dash cancelled from it. I normally use it for that. You can definitely get Oki though. Especially now with the new one. You just do this and you'll reach, or you do the heavy and you'll reach. Not much Oki though, because of back rolls, but you can just always run up and follow them. You just run until they quick stand and then just jab. The problem with this though is that if they realize you're just gonna run and then react to it, yeah, the Oki is not good. Let's say that. The Oki is not really that good. But it is very much one of your main air-to-airs. Now, one thing that is also really good about him is the backdash gunshot. Of course, it's going to be hard to recreate an air-to-air scenario because I'm using two controllers at once and I have to really, yeah, I can't even do this. I'm not even gonna bother. The Film Zero reward enter, indeed. I mean, what do you think Sheng Long is going to do from this? Or this? Well, he can't do that actually. Legato is one of the characters that has a good jump L, but then can't do anything after it because jump S doesn't reach at all. And yeah, even if he did buffer it, the jump S wouldn't reach at all. So they do exist. They have 0 reward anti-airs. Now, backdash gunshots, very good, no reward, but it does disincentivize air approach very much. Because you backdash, they'll judge. He's generally gonna have forward momentum. Yeah, Sheng will always do it. Sheng will always do that. That's not the right button. Like that. And get a combo. Yes, Sheng is a very consistent character. Now, why is Vita still in mid tier and not low tier? Well, because of this, I mean, because it exists in the first place. If this didn't exist, if it did not exist, then we'd be very much in a problem. Of course, people can just wait until you backdash, in which case, just jab. Because I'm pretty sure this covers it. It does it? It doesn't cover IADs. That's funny. That's funny. In which case, just John shot normally. Well, that doesn't even cover it too. It's kind of weird. Backdash gunshot should do it for you, to be honest. If they do wait, you just jump. Or you just jump S. There's a whole mind game there, but you really shouldn't be playing it at all, really. Guy's always going to be losing a risk forward when it comes to opponent jumping. Doesn't Sheng Long have an unblockable combo with Raging Demon? He does not have unblockable combos with Raging Demon. In fact, I should really just cover that right now. Because I didn't cover it when I actually... You can combo off the grab of Gladys. Yes. Yes, I do know that you can combo off of the grab of Gladys. But yes, I should talk about... I need more water. Before I get to the rest of Gladys, which I really haven't talked about much. But Sheng Long Demon, right? So Sheng Long's Demon works exactly like Street Fighter V's Demon. You cannot combo into this unless some tomfoolery goes around with knockdowns. So let's see here. Most people would say here that this is a combo, but it will like this. This is a combo right here because Vladis quick stood incorrectly. What you should be doing here is that if Sheng Long does do Demon this fast, he should just wait and quick stand as late as possible. Because if he quick stands too early, it is basically a combo. Like that. If he does quick stand like that, you will just dodge it. The only way it would combo is if you just lie down there on the floor and then he comes in the middle of it and then just does this. Because then you can't, even if you do quick stand late, then you'll get hit. So you have to make sure you always quick stand as fast as possible, because if you don't, then there's a high chance you'll do it. But then he can also mix that up. It's a mix up really. It's not really a combo. It depends on how he's knocking you down though. So let's say it's like this knockdown or whatever. That's not even a knockdown. Why are you restanding randomly? And so something like this. Now you just lie down there on the floor, and then you come and then you punish him. But if he then sees you just lying down in the floor for some reason, then you get hit. Of course, if you're just lying down here on the floor, and then he does do the demon, you can just roll backwards. I mean, roll forwards. So you'd always dodge it. Shen has really easy V-stands. He does have easy V-stands because his jab is just... His jab might actually still be frame 5. Who knows? Now, of course, Sheng Long, you always... If the combo challenge is to do a touch of death with Prime on a normal character. Go ahead. Now, of course, Sheng Long, the demon is still like Street Fighter 5, so he does have demon setups, because if you don't, if you don't jump by the time the super flash has happened, it will just kill you. Of course, this doesn't matter in a blockchain, because if he just, let's say he does in a blockchain, oops. Okay, that was not in a blockchain, my bad. I have to do that jump heavy really late. There we go. If you do it like that, you can just jump up. You can just jump over like that. And of course, on hits, it will also not work. So, that was not really that convincing, so let's just do a jump heavy again. Like that. If you try to combo into it like that, it's not going to work, because you're not supposed to be able to combo into it. It's a balanced grab. Funny. So, you have setups. Of course, there is of course the microwave setup from Street Fighter 6. I mean Street Fighter 5, but it's very hard in this game, because if you try to do a demon from a light, if you try to do a light, then try to do a demon, you're gonna get the second hit. You're gonna get your medium, right? One thing you can do is do your crouch lights and then let go of down. Let go of down, and then do the rest of the demon input. So you could do this, like that, and they can't jump after that. If they haven't jumped by the time the super flashes come up, they're gone. So like that. Of course, if you do it too fast like that, it will not work because they are too far. You have to be really close to get the frame on. Audit. Let's do an audit. Oh, one thing about Sheng Long. If you hold up when you're getting knocked down, let's say you held up before getting knocked down, because if you try to hold up while you're knocked down, then it won't work, right? So before you reach the floor, before you can even quick stun, if you hold up, this demon won't hit. You can just hold up like that. So that's one way to not get hit by that. If you just want to have the benefit of staying down on the floor while also not getting hit by a demon, you can just hold up before you hit the floor. Hey, if you just hold up like that, because demon can't hit those frames for some reason. Not for some reason. It's because it's a balance grab. Now I've shown the demon setups. Oh, this Sheng Long demon setup is on mobile, by the way. I discovered it's on mobile. Okay, let's talk about Vatus. Now, Vladis should very much be played as a rushdown. Mostly because I don't know who would want to be zoning with such slow normals. These are only really to catch someone by surprise, or if you're fighting an A zoner. It's only really to catch someone by surprise. Of course, you can stand around here. You can stand around here and do something. Or let's say you're full screen for some reason, you can do that. Or you did a jump S or something, and it quick stood. You can't DC into a 2-0, you just have to time. Yeah, whatever it's called. Where was I? So, let's say you just did a jump S. You know they're gonna restand. You can do a 6H. Try to catch the quick stand timing, like that. Of course, if they block it, you're still safe, because if they try to jump, let's say, you know that if you don't cancel it, they can just jump and kill you, right? But if you do cancel it, then you can hit them, actually. Of course, kind of hard to test it with 2 controls. It's not even a test. I did the setup with bots because I was so mad that they didn't make this cancel window fast. I mean, make 4S faster in the first place. But it does work on this patch because they fixed the 4S hitbox. Okay, I can't even test it with 2 controllers, huh? Very hard to test, but that 4S will cover you. Of course, they can just wait that out. But if you know they're gonna wait it out, then you just do nothing. So, the best way to beat any of that, though, is just cancel it into super. So you'll be fine there. Now, that's the use of this move. It's not really much use apart from like in one combo. Maybe. Pretty sure that works in the corner. But there's not really much else to do about that. I think when jump L, if you ever get it, you can do that. Maybe mid screen. If you ever just do a jump L like that, you can always get it. Not much else to talk about with that move. The move is very slow. Do not use this move unless you know it's gonna hit, because if this whiffs, you are dead. Most times no one will hit you for doing that. And this is kind of funny when I can tell you have an option didn't. It's funny. I have the setup written down on a bot in here. Let me get it. Alright, let's see. The folder is called training. There we go. But in the shower. For some reason it didn't save on this computer. I did it on another computer. But yes, this into this, you cannot IAD and punish him. Because you will get hit. Of course, if you do it too late, that will happen. Okay, what the hell was that? Maybe it's because I only tested with hives, to be honest. There we go. That's what is normally about to happen. That's if you cancel it very fast, I think. You know, this is not really how my normal training sessions go, because I have bots, which means I actually have a usable training mode, which means I could just replay Vladis doing this over and over again to make sure that this setup works. And I did do that, so I don't know even why I'm testing it right now, because I'm wasting lots of time. Now, the move that defines this character really doesn't really define him at all, actually. 2S is really good. I don't think I need to say much here. What the hell is that? The only person who laps this game. Yes, that does happen to me sometimes. It's probably because I've not been drinking. I'm not really surprised like that. At least I wouldn't be so surprised to say it out loud. How long have I been here? Damn, this shit is good. I've been here for 3 hours. Alright, let's speed this up. So, 2S. I don't need to say much more about it. 2S is a very big plus. And then, when you can't use 2S, which is when you're too close, use 5S, because 5S is also very good. And then when you can't use both, you know what you use? You use 6S. Crazy thought. So 6S is a very neat tool, because it supports the rush down fantasy with Gladys. Let's get to it. Okay. There we go. So for some reason, Engative thought it'd be nice if this thing just jumped over fireballs, which is good. Of course, against like characters like Miki, it's not really that good, because the invincibility doesn't last long enough for you to reach him, and then by the time if he does actually beat him like this, he does actually get on the fireball, he can block it. I'm pretty sure he can get a very good punish. But it's good against the characters that try to be good zoners, which are not Eden, Hanyoko, or whatever, but more so characters like, let's see, Sleeve. I really need to look at this roster more. These characters are so irrelevant, I just forget them. I have the roster picture on my mobile device. There we go. Characters like well, the only zoner that actually gets hit by this is Akira. I didn't think a zoner would actually get hit by this. Okay, Akira gets hit. Sheng Long definitely gets hit. We should just test that right now. Sheng Long's fireball lasts so long. Maybe Eden's too. Maybe Eden's actually works with this. But Sheng Long, King, characters that just try to zone you out in general, it will not hit them, but it could. If it whiffs, if a Redulia 5H whiffs, I think it will definitely just get punished. But let's see this one. Oh, it does not hit Sheng Long. You know, you should really just buff the jump high on this one. swear I've counter hit Sheng Long with that though. Let's see. Eden definitely doesn't get hit. Eden has good recovery. Akira should be getting hit. But I haven't really got to the amazing stuff with this move yet. Apart from the, the invincibility. Because there is another version of the move. Which is the one where you do up close, but that's not later. Okay. Oops. There we go. So yes, it can definitely jump over the fireball and can definitely punish Akira. I'm very sure you can punish Sheng because the only way I discovered this was from punishing Sheng. Because I was playing against Sheng, and instead of doing walk 5S, I did 6S and jumped over his fireball and hit him. So, I mean, it does work, but I suppose it'd be frame tight. There you go. One thing about it is that the move is also very long range. One of the problems though is that even with the long range, it's still punishable by heavies. Well, I never get why that happens. I never get why that was the decision for this move. I don't think with let's see. Something. Trying to get a meeting. Okay, yeah, you can't. I don't think you can punish him with a meeting. That's hilarious. That's funny. Right. I've seen that happen before, but I just wanted to make sure here. So, 6S. The problem with 6S is that you can't dash cancel it. But that's a good reason. It's a good thing that you have 3S. If the person on the same frame at a very specific pacing, I'm pretty sure you can react to this one. It's not a close range. You can definitely involve it. It's not like the range really matters because the move always hits on the same frame and it hits from very far range. So it's a good call out. It's alright. One thing about it though is that 3S is definitely amazing. You might think, okay, it's just 6S but worse. You would think that because it also doesn't have invul. For some reason, you decided, okay, so 6S gets the invul, but 3S doesn't. The good thing about it though is that it's dash cancelable, which is very good for pressure. Very good for that. Because then, let's say they're going to mash, then it will just whiff, really. But then if it's 3S and dash cancel, good. Because this character's grab is very much his lifeblood. In this, he's the only reason why he's really mid tier, apart from 2S and 5S really. Of course, when I'm actually talking about it, I can't combo with it. But the grab is definitely one of the best things about the character, and this is good, mostly in the corner. Of course, if they try to jump it, you can just combo them into it because you just jump out. But the projectile here, when you do the projectiles, when you get to how the projectile set up, it's amazing against zoners. So if you ever get good at that, you do kind of beat zoners a lot, because you know that the fact that it just stays there as a net for projectiles is kind of good. I want to try what you're saying. I'm breaking your thumb by pressing buttons. Just dash after pressing 6S, man. You just press dash. So I don't think it's. Alright, so the grab is definitely lifeblood. One of the best things about the grab is that even from mid-screen, full combo. All you have to do is grab them from range, which is alright because you can just press down back or walk down back and then just grab. So this. Whoops. So hard pressing 2 buttons at once. Fair. What about relay? What are you talking about? Hide. But yes, this is very good. What else is there to talk about it? Free combos. I think this is your best meterless one though. Let's see. Alright, you can't do 6S from here. Psycho, I'm not sure if you're trolling or you're acting like this is hard to set up. I'm not really sure if you're trolling, because you do know it's easy to set up. In fact, you're one of the only people that were here when I was setting it up. You know how easy it is, so I'm not even going to answer that. In the corner, your best meterless is this, if I recall. There you go. Someone asked how to do it. Oh, okay. Alright. But yes, if you're multi-spaced, this does work. I think your best mid-screen combo is this, really. You can get heavy after this. When I was testing it on mobile. There we go. You can do that. And you can transfer into 4S. Let's try mid-screen. Alright, left side. 18. There we go. So that's your best meterless from that far. It's good that you actually had something plus on block to actually enforce the mix. Though I don't think it's plus enough for you to just get a full grab. But if they're crouching, I mean, yeah. Whatever I was saying. I lost my train of thought. I should probably not be drinking this for this long. Alright, that's my last lick. Let's get to the rest of it. The moves, 4S is kind of bad. People do get hit by this. I don't know how it happens, but it does happen. One thing that does definitely happen though is that people expect to just lie down here on the floor and then forget this is the overhead. I mean, forget that this is a OTG, and by the time they realize it's an OTG and then quick stand, they will quick stand and get hit. So you can always keep people on their toes. Of course, if they block it, I don't think they can. Well, I guess we should just see it here, right? Yeah. Alright, if they do block it, of course you can just cancel it to this. Speaking of canceling, 2S is there's a very cheesy thing you can do with it. So most people expect to be able to press a button. Oh, it hits Miki? Yeah, it hits Miki. Yes, what was I talking about? People expect to press after 2S, but it's just a 2 block Shinta to 5S, and at that point it's just too far away from them to really do anything. But then they also forget that this can happen, which this sometimes catches people off. It's very funny. I'm not really saying this as it affects the tier list or anything, but it's pretty funny. It's a pretty funny thing in this video game. Alright. That much more. I think I covered the majority of what I wanted to say about this character. One good thing about him is that you can just this jump heavy is just hilarious. So the jump heavy, I think from around this range, you can cross up with it, I think. Right around here. Nope. Right around here. You can cross up with it, but if you just press it early, you don't cross up at all actually. Which is very ambiguous. So if he ever gets you in that range, which is also around like 5S range, it's very funny. Very funny. Very ambiguous. Did I talk much about 5S? I probably did, but to reiterate, 5S is good in neutral. It's very good in neutral, very good after a backdash very good because his backdash is also just very good. He's lucky he has a good backdash, to be honest. Oh, might I add that this is a sword still. So even characters like Miki trying to enter him because of how long it lasts, it's kind of weird. Because let's say Miki can probably enter his arm reaction every time, sure, with DP. But other characters that aren't Miki are going to be using 2H, right? Yeah, look at that hitbox. That hitbox is diabolical, I would say. Of course, you have to space so you don't actually have his legs sticking out here. But jump H is good. Of course, it beats Val 2H. Do you need to be asking this question? I mean, we're already here, so why not test it, right? When I tell you that it beats Valentina's 2H, I'm telling you out of theory, because it just makes sense. Anyway, Vlad's jump H just is... Oh, it's a joke? Oh, okay. Okay, I think we should talk about the next character, huh? Next character, right? But yes, after thinking about it, let's see, can anti-air, definitely. Alexis, Miki's definitely above him. Okay, this seems normal now. Let's put in here, definitely weakness. What is this? Get to the silly already. Yeah, I suppose I should get to him. He's mid tier definitely in this patch. He used to be bad before. He's still pretty bad. The problem with him is that you can't touch him death at all. His combos are terrible. Can I do it? Right. Wait is actually still mid tier. I forgot. Mid tier is going to be a very packed thing. Should probably just add a tier on there, to be honest. Lazarus seems to be neat. He's alright, but he's definitely not mid tier. Alright, we'll add a tier under B. Just B minus. Wait to definitely still doesn't B though. Now, let's see. Sleeve right here. Eris pretty good now. I mean, he was already good, but he just got better. He just keeps getting better. Now, let's talk about Sleeve. Sleeve is very underrated, but still terrible. Because he has the Lawrence problem. He just can't combo. But Lawrence got better because now EX can potentially just hit your quick stand anyway. Now, the only thing that's good about Sleeve right now, amazing, is this grab. That's about it. How did I not combo from that? That's hilarious. I'm still not comboing. But the problem with it is that the only good damage you're getting from this is something like that. Something to those lines. Of course you can try this. Or something. Who knows? You can do that. Doesn't matter though. It's still maybe a quarter of damage. And then if you're getting the damage, you're not getting the Oki because you're doing EX at this range. So by the time you run up, the probably just quick stand already. But sure, let's say you even did get Oki off of that. It's still not that good because it still takes meter. If you do meterlessly, I don't think you get anything. How am I not comboing off of this move? Because his crouching heavy is terrible. That's why we should talk about weaknesses. His crouching heavy on airheads is... I just let it speak for itself, really. It's so... I'm pretty sure it's so bad that you can't Wow, I love this game crashing. Please, Angadev, optimize your game. Of course, there's also the fact that Sleeve has okay normals that aren't 2H. If it's not 2H, it's an okay normal. 5H is his best one, if I recall. It's very big. Yeah. So it's also your main anti-air because you actually get something off of it, and that something is 5S. That's a 5th or 6th time. Yeah, I'm not even counting anymore. Yeah. Something like this can happen. I've had this happen in the game. But other than that, because 2H is so terrible, next pack, honestly, he should do that. Honestly, he should do that. I already don't like V-jumps, so who knows? And I know he will change every 2H, but Avok's 2H. Not because Rayhawk needs his 2x or anything, but because he doesn't remember that his 2x exists. That is very reasonable. But this is kind of the basic damage Sleeve would ever get off of an anti-air. Apart from that, I'm out if he does that. Man, you were never even in. I can live without V-jumps. I don't know if you people can. Because I don't combo with V-jumps. I do not combo with V-jumps. It's just how I do. Did it crash again? My god. I didn't even talk about Sleeve that time. Maybe I should stop picking against Sheng Long. Sheng Long that kind of bugs the game out at first. Like this game's come with the guys. Alright, man. Alright. You also don't like TOD, so pick a struggle. Pick your poison, my friend. People like people will like re-jumps and combos up until it becomes as boring as what? Quick break, like in like 10 seconds. Who knows? Alright, we're back. What the hell happened now? Alright, I'm back now. I was really just playing here. Okay. So, one of the good things about sleeve is that full screen, you can still get so much damage. Jump pass is really good. It's very fast. Super fast. So, as a zoner, he can do something. But this ground projectile is not good. It's not good. It's not good at all, because on reaction you can just do that. The game just lag. You want reaction, you can just do that. So it can happen. Someone can block this for some reason, and it can serve. But you mostly want to use the jump S. This is actually the only usable one. And for ground ones, if they ever get close, boom. If you ever get close, boom. So there's some zoning, of course. I don't think you can punish this. Most times you can't. No, you can't reasonably punish this, it seems. Especially when it spaces itself. So, this is actually your zoning. This is actually be your zoning. It's not that good though, because off of the hits, at best you get quarter health, at worst you get this, and at worst someone jumps in on you. If it gets any worse than that. This 4S just loving to not hit is kind of a very big detriment. Because if someone had a fast super, they can just punish you. Or just a fast move in general that reaches you. When buffs and nerfs are shown, well, there is one that I made. Would have known. Of course, though, it seems like it's gonna be kind of weird showing that now because currently my PC needs to keep the stream up. So if I try to open any new tabs, it's kind of weird. But I do have a page where there are buffs and nerfs. Let's see. Let's try to get it. I do have the buffs and nerfs patch notes, of course, because I made them. He would nerf Prime. I'm pretty sure he did. He might as well have just nerfed Prime this patch because he didn't touch him really that much at all. The game just crashed again, didn't it? Okay. Is it in the Discord? No, I'm sharing the link right now because I'm not even in the Discord anymore. I don't know where that is. Let's get it. I'm about to copy and paste the link right now. Let's see. Can Vita fighters load up before I find the link? It did load up as soon as I found the link. It should have been posted in the chat now. There we go. Now, where was I talking about? Sleeve. I'm not talking about Sleeve anymore. There's nothing to talk about. He's mediocre. Definition of mediocre. Miki is less mediocre than him. There's literally nothing to talk about him. Well, he is a bit silly. He is a bit silly. My bad. I knew because I knew if I don't cover this, then someone will get mad. So, what the hell did I just press now? Alright, so he's a bit silly, and you're only gonna see this on the stream because if it gets out, then this can just be moved. So he is a bit silly because he enters the silly stance if he ever does this move and you do a right amount of. Yeah, what am I even saying right now? This thing's affecting me. Alright. He can enter silly stance by holding up somewhere around the end of his 2S animation, which is very good because he enters this animation enter this mode that just breaks the game entirely. So you have to hold up when doing this, and you can still move while doing it somewhat, and you can still jump because run cancels are just bugged for some reason. One thing that he can do about it permanently is air lows. So you can do air lows, which is, you know, very balanced and all. So you can just, and just to show here, just mess it up. This is probably the longest I've ever held this mode. And you can hold the mode in the middle of combos. Of course, there's the fact that he can also do reversals on command because of it, which is fun. He can also still zone while doing it, which is probably the best thing. The best thing is that he can still zone while doing it, so it just promotes the fact that he's a zoner. And then you can, if you get into this mode, you can escape the mode for the whole match. And you can even just do your combos with it, since your combos are already so terrible that you might as well just, this might as well be the combo if you're gonna stay in this mode, man. The mode is too good. I think a combo could be like, okay, that's not a combo. Can he block? Well, yes, if you hold back and get hit, you will block, but you will lose the stance, unfortunately. You will lose the stance. So just don't block. Just don't block. And you'll be able to continue doing your air lows, because those are balanced and all. This thing is definitely not getting removed later. I have not told this to Angry Dev, and I don't think I ever will, because this character is so irrelevant that I might as well stay on him. He cannot block, but the stance cancels immediately, so he can block whenever. He cannot block in the stance.
Keep saying black.
He cannot block in the stance. But if a move comes near him while you're holding back in the stance cancels itself automatically and you block. I think I did it very eloquently there, as I would usually if I was in my right state of mind right now. Alright. I suppose I should get most of these done quickly now. That silly stance, it doesn't really actually affect the character that much unless you use 2S and they somehow don't punish you. Or you do it in the mid combo, which is good then, because you can then do a setup possibly into a one air low and then continue that for the whole match. Or you can run away and do jump S zoning and then do a nice run in the air into air low. Kind of funny. Very funny character. But I think that's the last character I'm gonna put. Wait, no. Oh, I suppose weight actually goes there. I still need to update him here though. Okay, so sleeve, weakness, no anti-airs, right? Yeah. The anti-air is kind of bad. The characters are too spread out, aren't they? So we should just do like this. He gets falling reversal too, yes. So he literally just can't get anti-urge. Very, very nice. Still need to be able to show the all-purpose thing. But I guess you can just move like this. Weakness, yeah, it's pretty bad. Still lawyer. I love how Sleeve was meant to be middle of the pack, like jack of all trades, but he doesn't really do jack of anything. He doesn't do jack actually. He doesn't do anything at all well. In fact, the only thing does well is something that is not done by any other character, so might as well be a specialist character. Alright. Wait, that's what we're doing right now. So let's make sure everybody looks up and head on to Wait. Wait is a very neat character, and we're going to be doing the rest of these vids fast because I can already feel the effects of whatever I have done to myself start to wear off. And because I probably should get back to responsibilities, because staying here for 4 hours is not good for your health. Do not play video games all day, kids. Do not play video games all day. Don't do drugs either. Or drink. Now, Wait, this run is alright. This run is alright. The run doesn't nerf him because the run dash is basically the same as his old one. The fact that he can just run up to people and do this is funny, but if you're not reacting to this, I don't know what to tell you. But I mean, you could do it before at this range, and what was reactable then is still reactable now. The dash is not fast, so whatever. Now, one thing that's pretty funny though is that this got easier because of the run jump cancels, and because one jump acts like your 2 HWJC, you can still do this, so you can get something, maybe you can. I mean, it's not like it was hard to cross up with it before, but it's just funny looking now. Alright, so what else happened? 4S got buffed. 4S got buffed and it didn't change much, but it is good. He does. Oh my gosh. Alright. It is good because you could always jump his 6S before whenever he did a block string and just punish him even if he didn't cancel. But now that he does 4S, now he gets to just jump back and then punish him. So much change. I think he still doesn't have block strings, because I'm pretty sure 6S doesn't hit fast enough. Then again, if you do jump back, the 6S might catch you. I don't know. I never really elaborated block strings. I just knew that he doesn't have any. For my test back in 0.71. This game is getting too big. Alright, let's see. So if I recall, 6S was so slow that you could just jump. Yeah, you can just jump and punish it. And then oh yeah, he doesn't even catch the jump back. So he still doesn't have block strings, really. Because he still doesn't really have block strings. Then again, if they're forced to jump back, well, let's see this. Okay. If they're forced to jump back, then that means they can't punish the 4S. Maybe. What the hell was that? No, they can still punish the 4S. I mean, they can't punish this, right? They can't punish that, which is good. Wait, is it even punishable? I don't think it's punishable. Okay, it is. Well, yeah, it used to be so punishable, I think. I remember punishing this on block from the CPU back in 0.7. Not even 0.7, I think it was 0.61. Maybe they buffed it. But yeah, I used to be able to just jump and then punish it. And, you know, it was the first option select I ever knew of. But suppose that doesn't happen anymore, so his block strings do actually have some depth. One thing that's good though is that wait, I think this thing became less safe because this thing never got punished by 5-frame moves last patch, but now it's just not punishable. That's funny. He also got nerfed because this is no more plus. I'm pretty sure it's punishable now. Okay, it's not punishable, and it can be safer. I actually did punish this at the start of this patch on a video, but if it's spaced, it's probably just very safe. Then crashed again. Alright. But yes, Wiggs didn't get much better. His 4S is nice and all. It's okay in combos as burst bait, and it does give you more combos on burst bait, so good. It also helps when the jump version does help when you break the DP with the jump 4S, so it's good that you get wall bounce and Hanyoko after that, but it's not really worth caring about much. What the hell is going on now? Okay, I think I just did like 7 crashes in the span of this past 30 minutes. We're at the 4-hour mark. What the hell am I doing? How are we not done? I guess I'll do a part 1 and part 2, to be honest. I'll do a part 1 today. Let's see. What character should we end on? Okay. I should talk about Wait's benefits though, since all I talked about was weaknesses, and this is basically a character overview at this point. So, neutral. Game acting weird. The game has always been weird since it's updated, man. It's very laggy on phones, and on PC it just crashes. So, very nice. His neutral is amazing because of this jab. That's all you need to know. And crouch jab is very good. That's all you need to know as well. This is okay in neutral. It's okay. Not much else to say. Doesn't combo into this anymore, but not like it matters much because you're not comboing off of this. That's all dispatch at all, unless on airhead. So I should end with summer. Why not? Now actually do summer and then end with Lazarus. To be honest, you start the lower B tier with Lazarus, I think. Now, character can bait DPs really easy with this, I think. Yeah, I did test this out before, and I also did test it against like people's jump S's. And if you do hit it in the corner, you do get a free combo, and it, of course, does a lot of damage for no reason. Unoptimal. He does have mix. He does have this. There's nothing much else to say. His grab is nice. Nice animation. That's about it. Pretty sure it's a negative on hit. I mean, yeah, it's negative on quick stun. Oh no, it's plus. My fault. But yeah, it's plus. No reason to use this when this exists, but I guess this is more risky. So pick your poison. Well, now let's do summer. After putting this guy on the list, on the chart. I mean, the guy still has weaknesses though. You have to remember that he's very big. You have to remember that. That is a very big weakness. Just put him around here. He can still anti-air though, which is good. But he is very big, which does allow him to get triple overheaded by a lot of characters who really shouldn't be allowed to do mix-ups. So he can kind of get obliterated by those characters. Now let's talk about Summer. Summer used to be the queen of mix, and now the king of mix is Jin, while she has been exiled to a foreign land called mediocrity. So the fact is that Summer had not really changed much. That's the worst part. In fact, people are saying she was broken, but this overhead has been the same speed since the beginning. What happened is that before it used to be plus on block, I think, or safe on block. It used to be plus or safe on block back in the day. Why am I not punishing it? There we go. It could be safe. That's weird. Okay, no, it's not safe at all, actually. I just punished it. Yeah. So, let me not rethink why I already labbed. So, even if you tip it at max, you will still get punished. Good thing though is that sometimes they get pushed back, but if they know they're gonna get pushed back, they can just hold forward and deny all the pushback anyway, so it doesn't matter. Because pushback doesn't work unless you're still blocking as you're getting pushed back. So if they just crouch down forward or whatever, they'll just punish you. So this move is terrible because it's reactable also, and there's also easy ways to make sure that you block low and then also always block overhead. As in, you can just always block low and then just block the overhead when you see it, because the overhead is so slow. So the mix is only good if someone's sleeping at the wheel. People say that's okay, but she can delay it, but it doesn't really matter because all I'm looking for is a change in animation or when she does something instant. Because One thing that 4S does have going for it is that when 5H cancels into 4S, it is a very smooth animation. Like I said, during the end of it, like that. But going into 2S, of course you can't react to 2S really. But, well, yeah, it doesn't really matter for 2S since you can't react to it anyway. But it's a good thing for 4S, so you can mask it because of how smooth the animation is. That's hilarious. How we have to talking about how smooth the animation is for reactions. My brother would just call that cope. He would just call that cope because if I have to rely on how smooth my animation is for my mix to be good, then that kind of signifies how terrible the cope. That kind of signifies how terrible the mix is. Now, let's talk about other things. So, neutral, fireballs, what the hell is going on? What? 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 No, this character is terrible. Her one job is gone. No, not because it's late. Look at this. It just doesn't dive. It doesn't go past it.
We do it early.
Let's do it early.
We just slide early.
Her one job is gone. Well, this character, I don't think I need to cover more about the character. DP is slow. Crouching heavy is okay. Overhead is bad. Suez is terrible now. Stubby, the character Stubby in general. Okay, I think we have our first low tier. Alright. Damn. Wow. How did you get nerfs? You've been unchanged. You've been unchanged the entire game. And then you get nerfed. I think I should put you in low tier because you just don't do damage either. Wow. Wow. I'm very upset that I didn't notice before because I hate being surprised. But I didn't think I'd have to test something that has been You know what? Maybe it's just Wiki. Maybe Wiki just got a better hitbox. Alright? Alright? Just for the summer mains, I'll test this. Just for the summer mains, I'll test it against other projectiles. It probably still goes under Eden's. Hopefully. It goes under Hanyoko's obviously because Hanyoko's is not that big. Let's try Sheng Long, right? It didn't go under Kath before, if I recall. Oh no. No, this character is garbage. Time to move on. It's time to move on. The character is irrelevant. Irrelevant. Worse than sleeve. It's a worse irrelevancy than sleeve. It's just irrelevant. There's no reason to play her anymore. At all. She can't even... That was her one job. Her one job is that she was a character that just beats every projectile, no matter what kind of projectile it was, because she would just low profile under it. Even Kenjiro can get hit by some projectiles if they're big enough. But her, she just went under everything. Even Julia would trade and be inconsistent, but hers, she could react to Eden's fireball on reaction and punish it. Eden, of all people, who had the fastest fireball in the game. And, wow. About Eris? Oh, right. I forgot Eris even existed, my bad. Man, that was so bad of me that I should just cover Eris before I cover Lazarus and end this video. Or end the stream. Alright. So Eris is, Eris better than this, better than this. Okay. Eris should be around... Yeah, it seems alright. Alright. Is she good against Eris projectile? Eris, I don't count Eris as having a projectile. This is not a projectile. It's a projectile, but it's not really. And it definitely doesn't go under this. Now, where was I? So, Eden is okay in this game, I'm pretty sure. Of course, again, with new people, they'll see the, wow, this doesn't hit so bad. Wow, I can't smash EX and it'll come out and kill them. Well, you actually do mash EX, but you just have to do it later. You know, new players are kind of irrelevant, so I don't know why I'm even talking about them. But sure, he's a pretty unorthodox character, but he still does everything. So even though he has a slow overhead, like are you new? You don't sound new. At least new players aren't acting about grabs really. Anyway. Now where was I? He still has the. He does have an infinite. Of course, he does have an infinite. Everyone has. It's kind of simple to play. People really think this and just look at Sonic Boom. That's what I saw. That's what even the the people at Panda were doing. Anyway, so he still has the summer mix, but it's bad. Of course, is worse than Summer's. I'm pretty sure. But then he also has good neutral and good everything actually. So you can and people still fall for this, just like they fall for Summer. But the best thing for Eris is that he doesn't actually need. When Eris got infinite, he got infinite since he launched. Since he launched. Anyway. So, good thing about Eris is that he has Summer's mix is worse, but not even just Summer's mix. He has the basic overhead low special cancel mix. It's slow, but at least when he actually hits someone, it actually does something for him because the combos he gets are actually good. I'm not going to do good combos here because I'm trying to end this. One good thing about him, I mean, lots of good things about him. This Soba kick is amazing. It's very good, and then you can easily go into combo from it. And then 2S also really good. It's just Summers, but actually can be safe on block potentially. One thing people should remember is that 5S is actually not safe on block. Like, up close. If someone can heavy, if a character has a fast heavy, which is like Miki, even Miki's heavy can punish this if he's close enough. Which is why you always have to space it. It's always space it because nothing is going to hit. And he has good pushback. One thing people should also know about 5S is that you can actually get 3 hits from it instead of just 2 hits. Of course, it's really tight, but there it is. Does it do much? No. It only cancels into super in the corner. So I don't know why you'd ever do it, but it does is technically optimal if you can dash cancel it into something. Who cares? Now, where was I? This does beat projectiles, but you're not doing no reaction since it's so slow. It's just something to be cool. you just do it to be cool. You also can win fireball wars because you can just cancel it into super on hits of the projectile or not. So you can just use that to beat projectiles. One good thing that happens from this update is that his custom mix was kind of weird before, but now you can actually just do that. Of course, you don't really get much out of it if I recall, but at least you can dash cancel after completion. And then do something. Now, other things about him. This baits DPs so much because the arc he takes, he just goes behind the DP and then you can punch them for free. And then also people air dashing against him. A lot of times I do this and it will hit them. So like I just see the air dash and I just do this and it will hit them most times. Of course you don't really get a combo, but if they're in the corner and you're like right here and they're trying to get out or something and you just do that, kind of cool, kind of nice. It's good at air control since it lasts a lot. I mean, lasts long. Yeah, it lasts a while. Now, is there anything else? No, apart from the super being terrible and they're not buffing it, there's nothing much to say about it. Nothing much to say about this character. He's very decent. He does everything. He does everything he needs to. He's the perfect mid-tier, really. Alright. Now time for Lazarus. Eris' brother, I suppose. Eris' brother and second. Eris is based off of Brian. Lazarus is based off of Tekken Kazuya. Now, of course, we gotta put Eris. Eris doesn't have a weakness. He's literally the perfect one to go right here. Actually, no. Eris is better than most of y'all. They're going right here. Yeah, right there. Literally perfect video. Yeah, that unblockable super is terrible, so do not think about it. Now, time for Lazarus, though I suppose I should place him before actually going there. Well, I did place him. Just forgot. Alright. Lazarus got a few new things this update, so... Oops, wrong character to lab against. I hate labbing against Sheng Long because I cannot find good clips against him. No, actually that. It's mostly because I want to lab against Eden to show off the new thing he got. So Lazarus 6S now has more hit stop, which doesn't really matter until you remember that the invincibility only happens during the hit stop. So this a situation that never happened before, something like, try to remember. No. That's not it. Close. That's not it either. You know what? I'm just gonna explain it. No point in showing it anyway. So, the hit stop is good because against characters with hitboxes that last even after they get hit, the hit stop will just extend the invincibility, which means that the Eden's fireball will just go right through Lazarus if he actually did it here. Nice. If he actually did it perfectly here. Of course, this is not showing that Lazarus' success is just good against projectiles. But there we go. That's it. The hit stop just lasts long enough. Luckily. Of course, the invincibility just very much comes into handy, especially in anti-air situations. Because if the move is out, it's definitely hitting them. That's all you need to know. It's not trading. It's just hitting. Oh, it is trading. That's weird. Most times we'll just beat it out though. But there's new things that he got this update like that. So what happened this update is that on hits, not block by the way, on hits, he can cancel his 4S into 6S. He can also cancel his 4S into 2H for some reason now. This does not really buff him much. It's just flavor. Because you could also just wall combo into him anyway. You could literally just press 4S and then just wait and then do the 6S anyway. That's how plus 4S was. So, I mean, it looks cooler. And it does, it says if you ever hit this in the corner, or if you ever just combo into it normally. Like this. You could do it. And then you also get an easy combo to 2H. You just easily go into 2H if you want to. Now, there's not much other buffs he did get. In fact, he was nerfed last patch because the end of his super is now just doing he's not really doing damage really. See here. As you see here, the end of his super is not really doing damage. It's only at the start. See there, during the end, it's not even doing damage at all. So it does hurts. It does hurts when he does something like this. And if you mess it up, that damage will not happen at all. but you can still do it. The run buffs him though, because this is now very easy. And now he can just TOD you easily from full screen because of the runs. Now, the major buff we should be talking about is the fact that his unblockable is now actually quick. It still looks slow, but the fact that it is faster than last patch means that anytime you do this, well, let's see, do a super, I think. There we go, back to normal. Anyway, anytime you do this, you can just do that, and they can't do a thing. They can't jump, they can't walk back because they're unblockable. They can't mash either. So if you just always do a 4S, if you do a 4S at the end of any combo, like this or something, like that, they can't do anything about it. That's just confirmed damage, which is amazing, but doesn't really do much in theory, because sure, it gives him easy damage, but then he also is the king of damage, so he already did good damage. What mostly got buffed is the run though. The run does make it very easy to do combos now, and the fact that you can just cancel it into cancel 4S into 6S does make stuff more consistent, even though they're already consistent. Now you just don't need to do links. No need for links, just cancel, I suppose. But yeah, I think that's all anything about Lazarus. Oh well, that's all the Lazarus buffs. Can they roll for us? No. No. Okay. What you should know about Laz 4S and about other moves in this game is that it puts you in a hard knockdown. Which means that this is a knockdown, right? You can just press up. You see you fall on your back, like that. If you get hit by this and you start falling to the ground slowly like that, you cannot move. You cannot move from here. I'm mashing. You cannot move at all. So you're stuck there until you get up. They cannot roll at all. This is unlike Sheng Long can also do this, but he can't use it to combo into Demon because Demon will not work on people that are in knockdown like that. But Lazarus can because it's literally just a hit, not a grab. If you mess up the super, of course, they can just grab you. But if you just do it properly, then you can mash and they'll still get hit. That was not even proper and they still got hit. So you have a lot of time to time it. Now, good stuff about Lazarus, 5S. 5S is really good, especially when, let's see, puts, I think you can, here's right here, well not right there. Especially when at footsies range, you can hit people. You can outrange Miki for some reason, so that's good. One thing also is that at footsies range, you can actually combo people, which is good as well. You can still actually get something going, especially if you do. Yeah, that's not it. Especially if you dash cancel. So at least you can get something going. Unlike Miki, who at this range can't really cancel into anything. That makes sense because he can't really get something, but Lazarus can, which is good. Other things, this same 5S is also a good anti-air. So that's his main answer, since causing heavy is terrible. You can just put this in neutral and no one's punishing really. Yeah, no one's really punishing this weird. Though sword characters will get you for it, so try not to whiff against them. most characters cannot really do much about it though. Now, another thing that's good is that using 6S when you know someone about to do a button, because since it's invincible, it will just get them. Of course, this has a lot of risk because you can always just punish this. It's very easy to punish this actually. So you have to make sure you know what you're doing. Of course, you can also use it to whiff punish. It's very good for that. And anytime you just hit someone, they kind of explode, so that, very good. If you're optimal, you can just always kill them if you hit them. So that's a good thing about them. One bad thing though is your jabs are terrible range. So if someone is mostly ranged and they do a button that should be minus, you can just get hit because you're jabbing them and you forgot that your jabs are terrible. Crouching jab is okay though, I think. No, it's not really that good actually. It's better than standing jump down, if I recall. No, actually, I think they're the same range. Oh, stand jab is faster bigger. You could never really tell with an animation, huh? I think that's it about Lazarus. It should be. So any moves. He has good air movement because of air when Godfist. So if you're able to, it's really hard though. So that's there. But if you're good at it, the world's your oyster. In the air, anyway. The jump S lasts a long time, and then you can just air dash after it. You can also use it to bait DPs. Unfortunately, not as good as other DP baits because if it hits them, you don't get anything really. Oops. Unless you dash cancel. Can you combo after X? Of course you can combo after X. I just messed it up. I have to make sure you space yourself here. There we go. This was mostly why he did was called the King of Damage before. Of course, just to show off how stupid this guy combos are. Let's just do this. Whoops. Oh, that dash cancel. You can do this all meterless and you just build up 4 bars. You have to make sure you get these 1 links quick though. Oh, I'm not really showing off the damage if I continue from there. Okay. Messed it up. Lovely. Are you serious? While he is the king of damage, it does take a while to get optimal with him. Especially because most of his things aren't... His V-jumps really don't exist with him. Okay, there's that bug. Really? This bug is very annoying. There we go. The bug is gone. I don't even think it happens in real matches. Only in training mode. Well, actually it does happen in real matches with supers. air supers in particular. Well, Funko supers in particular. Okay, this is. I'm probably not gonna be able to land this on stream. Why did I do that combo? That's a corner only combo. Yeah, you can do stuff there. There's a lot of stuff you can do with Lazarus, but unfortunately, I am too intoxicated to ever try. Just intoxicated in my head. Definitely need to end the stream. I hate talking in general, so I don't know why I've been talking for 4 hours and 30 minutes, and I have to talk for another 4 hours again for the part 2 of this. Lovely. All right, I'm heading out. Should place him on the chart as well, I suppose. Weakness. He definitely has a lot of weakness. That is definitely true. Alright, heart should be like right here, right? Yeah. This guy has no weakness, that's the point. Alright. So Lazarus can actually air to air. Alright, I think that's everybody here. Of course, you have to remember that Dyson is actually going to go back to mid tier. I didn't put. That is supposed to be like around here, something. Okay. Suppose I'll cover the rest of this list someday. Someday, maybe tomorrow, maybe next week, maybe next month, maybe in my grave. Who knows? Instead of a funeral, I have this. No mourners. No funerals. Alright. I'm heading out. I'm still very surprised.